Welcome to the latest edition of our Thursday midday viewer level session. As we await the first submissions, I'm going to take a look at this code that was just sent to me today. It is some kind of puzzle-solving mystery room. The Japanese text, according to my translation engine, says something like escape from the mystery solver, or mystery tower, or a puzzle room or something. Anyway, it says you are a 26-year-old man who has been trapped in the mystery room. Make full use of hints and items scattered around a hall and make a successful escape. So, let's see how it goes. And greetings those of you who have come in already. Hopefully this Japanese escape room is doable without reading more Japanese text. But we're about to find out. Yeah, DI Program, Grokowski, thanks for dropping by. Good to see you both here. Starting a little later than I expected today, simply because of the massive volume of Super Mario 35th anniversary activity to process. Anyway, we have right away some kind of visual clue here. I actually have no idea. Oh, it is hello. It says H-E-L-L-O. And this is a save point. Let's not touch it yet. Probably it is a save room that just allows you to go through the pipe and save your progress. I do see that there are 7 pink coins available, and we'll see what that's all about in a bit. This is probably not going to do anything for me when we hit it from down here, unless it's something winged. It's coins, okay. Let's see here. Okay, on-off switch gets you down to the first passage. I guess that's the only place we can go, although I'm also looking at this mushroom setup over here. It certainly looks like that with a toggle of the on-off switch, it would fall down towards the jump block. Thank you so much for the subscription, Grokowski. And then that is going to trigger the other switch. Okay. And let's see here. Yeah, DI Program, I doubt that there's really that much overlap between the remaster team and Maker 2 apart from just the production supervision, since Nintendo kind of has a core supervision of all of their series. But I don't think it's something that really took development time away, unless it's I mean, obviously, I think we would all have liked Super Mario Maker 2 to receive more long-term support in general, but I think that was probably an independent consideration. At least that's the impression I have. Anyway, we came back here, we got the key. Let's do this again so we can get through the key door. I'm very interested in the Tetris 99 game. I think it has some chance of being a more playable multiplayer experience than what I've had in Maker 2, actually, so. Oh, maybe I should have hit that, because I will be dying now. Hang on. Oh, that's a safety coin room, okay. I think that's actually a safety coin room, unless the on switch does something to drop something in there. Let's take a look at that. Cody the Gamer King, welcome, thank you for the submission. You will be first after we finish up this warm-up puzzle level by a maker from Japan. So hopefully you were able to stay for that, and we'll be with you soon. So yeah, we have a coin up there, coin down here. Ah, yes, I needed to come back through the door after toggling the on-off switch. That much is clear to me now. That is, in fact, going to be a safety coin. Interesting gate here. But yeah, we pop through here, we hit the on-off switch, we come back out. Cody the Gamer King, I mean, I'm still at home, obviously, but to answer your question about whether I'm still in quarantine, it's, businesses are kind of resuming. I have had a few opportunities to dine out and shop with a mask on. Looks like this is going to be some kind of combo lock, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We could hit it in sequence, but I would rather check the pipe first. So we're going to have a 5-digit combo lock. We're going to have this on-off switch block our way here. We have a POW gate that will take out the Muncher. That coin. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of an initial exploration run, I think. Let's do, whoops. Oh, did I get trapped down here? There's no way. No way. Okay. Maybe a bit of a polishing issue. That is what I was told about this level, is that it's an ambitious puzzle that was probably not fully playtested. I was warned about that in advance. If we get stuck with too much stuff like that, we'll set this aside for another time so we can get to the viewer queue right away. Yeah, actually, yeah, Progan, so this is somebody who is totally unknown to me. It is just some maker from Japan whose puzzle was recommended. Oh, so Grikowski, you had also heard about this. Oh yes, of course you had, yeah. Yeah. I saw that Matrix had about a 20-minute clear on it, and that is, of course, 20 minutes past checkpoint, so we'll see what this is all about. And yeah, Cody the Camera King, I think it is best to play it safely when it comes to quarantine procedures. I mean, you know, realistically, even if you are in a place that seems fairly well off, your situation is not that different from what it was, whoops, did the same thing again, back in, say, March, when things were getting started in terms of case numbers. So I think people should definitely not get lulled into a false sense of complacency. Anyway, bopping the P-switch in there did allow me to get out. Coming through this door does what? Okay. Question block over there, P over there. Looks like there's a P indicator above here, like you're supposed to come through here. If the P-switch is active coming into this room, then the blaster drops and you don't have access to this door. Just about to upload a new escape room, Grikowski, okay. That should be interesting. Okay. That seems a little out of nowhere, but maybe there was some kind of clue that we skipped. On-off switch over here would unblock the pipe. I don't know if that's going to be spawning anything or if it is an exit pipe. Interesting that we have a clock here that seems to be pointing to 9 o'clock. Oh, it is in sync with a fire bar. Yeah, that's a good observation. I was just mostly thinking of that as 9 o'clock. And okay, so we'll unblock that. Let's check this side first. This is a flower. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of an initial mapping run, given that we haven't picked up a single pink coin yet. Okay. Might as well be diligent about checking this, although I think that's mostly aesthetic. And how down towards a coin with a bumper. It looks probably some kind of object push that gets you through a bumper. That's what that clue seems to be telling me, but I don't know yet where to apply it, so let's explore a little bit more. Question and question. Let me just check the other door first as well before we get through that thwomp switch. This is kind of mildly bossy. Okay, let's check this side first. Thwomp is going to come down. It's going to toggle that. Okay. And bring me around to the other side here. Don't know what this is all about then. Except that we go up the pipe, we might have something dependent on a state switch. Anyway, we have something to crush you here for some reason I haven't determined yet, although we could potentially damage boost through there if I have a power-up. In case there is something buried through there. Okay, that's what this save room does. I kind of thought that this would loop around. I guess maybe that would take you through the save room the same way. Yes, it does. So you can pretty much go through this whole course in a non-linear order and solve one point at a time. Let's say we bop that, and that doesn't really do anything for me, except let's check back here. Yeah, nothing to... Oh, wait a minute, P-switch. P-switch would allow you to carve all of this out and then probably jump your way up. So let's bring a P-switch back there if we can. The double question mark room, Bergen says, had a pink coin up high, and it seems to say a thwomp will lower a vine. It does seem to parallel the room with the vine that gets lowered by the thwomp that we see later that has the door on the left and the right. Escape room levels are probably your favorite to see on stream? Yeah. I should do them more often. I don't do them very much on the viewer days simply because people are queued and waiting. But I like them enough that I want to do them more often, you know, on dedicated puzzle streams or backlog streams. So I still haven't seen a relevant clue that would give me a code, but that's okay. I mean, I'm not going to fuss about that too much yet. What I'm going to do instead is run around with P-switch. Oh, that's sort of interesting with Wiggler up there. Ah, I see. I never did check this higher location, did I? Also noticed the question block down here. Also noticed that the blasters are completely blocked. Oh, that's the clue. Yes, that's the clue that tells you to read the clock in synchronization with... Whoops. My bad. That was unintentional. But something probably could have pushed you through that slot. So, for example... Yeah. Let's come back here and think about that. Hey, Gooby. Welcome. Okay, so we're back here. Let's... Whoops. I occasionally have to track which attempt we're on. But with 130-ish seconds remaining, I never did check that red pipe, did I? I don't think I did. But currently what I'm trying to do is get back to start. And getting back to start, yeah, that's a bit of a clue room. Going through the Boom Boom room up to the top should take me back to the save point. I'm just going to check the starting screen with the P-switch. That's the current idea. And Gooby says you fixed your 3-3 with some indicators and the scroll lock. Okay. Yeah, you're always welcome to submit multiple versions if you want me to bug test anything. Anyway, we're going to send a thwomp across. This will be within range. It will break the ice. It will leave the P's open as a platform for me to get through once the P-switch expires. Okay. We are probably going to run out of time here, but is this really nothing? Wow. I was so sure. I was so sure. It looked so obvious. And safety of man, this is not a viewer submission. This is a Japanese escape room level that was a code that I was separately sent prior to this stream. I was just kind of curious about it. We might not do the whole thing right now because there are people queued. But we're just doing an initial read-through, and if I don't finish it now, we'll definitely try to take care of it on the weekend stream. So yeah, that's going to be safety coin, so we need eventually some way to carry a POW for the Muncher room. I don't know what this is yet. But it seems like, I mean, this is obviously a combo lock, and it seems like that the on-off toggle there indicates to you that you have tripped the locking mechanism. And indeed tripped the locking mechanism in such a way that spits you back out to the previous room. So, yeah, let's get through here again. Safety of men, we have not really talked about it yet because I just started a stream, but I would be very happy to talk about it. With the 3D All-Stars. Gooby, you can resubmit levels that I didn't finish as long as... yeah, I mean... Especially if they're long things like trolls and puzzles and such. If it was something like a short precision level that I couldn't get through... And I don't remember which one it was you sent me, but... then I might not spend too long on it. But right now we have a short queue, so it's not a big deal. But to Gamer King, you've been spending all your money on DoorDash and takeout. Well, I mean, you do have to feed yourself. And I think, eat well now, and you'll get to play more Nintendo games later. That's my approach to it. But yeah, the Tetris 99 equivalent looks great. I'm very interested to try that out. It's kind of too bad it's supposedly based on limited time only. Safety Amanda, one thing that struck me about the Mario 64 port was that it is kind of pure Mario 64 in that it does not incorporate any of the content or changes in the DS version. I actually really like the DS version. The controls were not great because they were built actually for the thumb strap attachment to the DS that would allow you to use the DS touchscreen as a touchpad. It was never as great as an actual stick, for obvious reasons. But a lot of the ideas behind the DS port were actually really good, in that you had playable Luigi, Yoshi, and Wario, I believe. And also a bit of a graphics refresh on a lot of stuff. And it's kind of too bad that that stuff has dropped out of Mario 64's history. Because I do think that that was, in its own way, very much underrated. All-Stars as a complete package, in terms of the 3 games, Sunshine 64 and Galaxy 1 is at full price, yes. And we know this because it is already up on the eShop. Now, I said I didn't check the red pipe that was later on in the clock room, did I? Okay, so here's a donut block. Here's a question block. Interestingly enough, if you drop the blaster through the bumper when a P-switch is active and you come back with another P-switch, you can in fact drop a P-switch in this hole here. I don't know if that would do anything interesting, but that's something to consider. But yeah, the pricing is already known because the digital pre-orders are up. My one issue with the 3D collection is that supposedly even the digital orders are time limited, which seems kind of odd because, you see, this thing here, I totally did the right thing. I completely did what the clue was telling me, but I think I must have missed the vine blocks on the top right that were supposed to take me up further. So I completely had the right idea. Yeah, no, I absolutely guessed correctly. Let's go back there and see what that's all about. And yeah, Safety of Man, I do also prefer the original graphics for the 2D games to what was in All-Stars. The funny thing is, I've never actually owned All-Stars. All-Stars was the biggest thing, of course, on the Super Nintendo when it was released. They also just put it on a disc for the Wii, which for the 25th anniversary was maybe a bit of a minimal effort, but it did make the games accessible once again for the generation that started on Wii. Although they also had Virtual Console, so... Yeah, so I've never been accustomed to the All-Stars graphics, so it's kind of nice, in fact, to have it just to be part of the Switch Online library. You see? No vines. I don't know what's going on here. Because I came back here, I saw vines and a clue. What else could we possibly be missing? Unless I'm supposed to come back here because of some kind of spawn block. So we've eradicated the ice. Having eradicated the ice, yep, there we go. Now, does this get me anything up here? So yeah, we need to think harder about spawn blocks in general, I think. Okay, so we have clouds up there, that's suspicious. And hey, random are cool. Okay, so we can't take this up at all. So it looks like the only place where this is useful is here. And curious. However, if we come back and bring a P-switch with us, can we bring the Thwomp over and move it somehow? I think the Thwomp still dies, though. There's a Tetris 99 style Bomberman game on Stadia. I actually did not know that. Bomberman is a very natural fit for that concept. I guess if it was something like a Stadia exclusive, that's why I wouldn't be aware of it. Okay, so mushroom there. So anyway, Cody the Gaming King, you were saying that while you were listing off the games that you currently own, and yeah, all of the ones that you listed, I mean, I haven't played Dragon Quest XI, but all of the ones that you listed sound like pretty good choices. I will say that as somebody who is mostly spending on delivery, if you are looking for one game purchase that's going to last you a very, very, very long time, that would be either Three Houses or Breath of the Wild, both of which are gigantic beyond belief. Okay, so we know how to unlock the trampoline, and I'm just trying to figure out what we could use that with, whether there is some kind of location that was previously inaccessible to us, like up here, except I don't have a way to carry the trampoline with me due to the way that everything is vine blocked. So, currently no real solution to that. But yeah, like I said, because this is not actually a viewer submission, I am just doing a bit of a preview run. We may continue it properly on the weekend stream. But I was just curious. Looks like here, if we have something like a P-switch, we can come through here. I have not interacted with this yellow pipe at all. And thank you for the follow. Yeah, you have that signal of the P-gate. We don't know yet what stomping the P-switch does over here, but, oh, we can try the thing I was talking about earlier. For no good reason, which is stomp on this. through here. We're not really going to be fast enough, but that's okay. We just need to be fast enough to drop that through. Oh, okay. I was hoping that would do something, but we haven't tried it properly yet. However, there's also that coin block on the left side. That's a potential location for you to drop that into. Yeah, you see this coin over here? I don't think either of those things will do much for me. Oh, although, did you notice that activated? That's sort of interesting. And it was something that kind of nudged this blaster as well. Let's come back here and see that. And back here. Wait, let's hit the switch. We got 40 seconds. I will not continue past the timeout here. We'll finish this level on a separate puzzle stream, which will hopefully be this weekend. I might have a bit of a schedule change there, so can't quite guarantee it yet, but we'll see. Now, P-switch, of course, stops any conveyor belts, so if there was a conveyor mechanism down there, I wouldn't know about it at that point. We did see the P-switch nudge the blaster and get activated down below, I think. We'll just try to trigger that once before the timeout, so you can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, you see? Nudges the blaster, and it pops that open. I don't know that this does anything for me, but we'll return to this one. So let's take a look at the queue, so we don't keep people waiting on and on. Buddy, the Gamer King, you're the only one here right now, actually, so let's pull you up. And yeah, Gooby, I think it often happens with certain games is that, you know, they are significant enough to something that happened in your life, or the situation in which you played them, or, you know, that you just have some very special attachment to them that makes them just kind of inarguably a favorite. I mean, you can break down their design or their merits all day, but your favorite game is your favorite, and nobody's going to argue with that. And Cody the Gamer King, thank you for signaling once again that you are indeed here. But yeah, so couldn't help but notice that the 3D World port supposedly has online co-op. We'll talk about that in a minute, but let's take a look at 4-1 Snow Go. Follow the coins in this fun snow speed running level. Snow, go, 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 go. Now, given my experience with Smash Online and, for that matter, Mario Maker 2 Online, I have no faith, whoops, that the online functionality in 3D World will be that playable. But it is something that we could potentially do. If it does work well, we could have something like a 3D World co-op party stream. It's entirely possible. Whoops. Hesitated a little bit there. This is fairly easy going, but it is a longish run, and so I do need to pay attention. And I don't know yet how tight I will be on a timer. There was a clear rate of about 10% on this, and I think that's probably in keeping with how we're going so far. And yeah, we could have gained some time on sliding down slopes. That's one thing that I have not been doing, so if I run into time trouble, we'll have to cut some corners that way. Whoops, need to jump up there and throw, of course. And Gooby, thank you for the submission of your new version of 3-3 Swampland Castle. Yeah, you told me that you hadn't, or rather I hadn't finished it last time, and that was the one with the don't look mechanism we were talking about, or do I remember incorrectly? Sorry, I've just played so many levels lately, it's Hard to keep everything straight. But let's get up here. And that takes us through to checkpoint 1. Pretty well placed. One thing I will say, Cody, is that for sort of speed-oriented levels like this, that's a nice little bounce back there. Seen that before. For speed-oriented levels like this, you don't necessarily want the entire path to just have coins all the way. I know that that's fairly common for some of the people who do the 20-second levels, maybe not so much the 80-second levels. But the reasoning behind that is that if you have coins the whole way, it becomes harder to see the ones that really matter. Now, it's okay for some of the back and forth segments, because the back and forth segments, you do want to prescribe a certain order for them. The other thing, too, and, you know, I have nothing against levels in this style that are extended all the way to 80 seconds instead of the usual 20 or 40. But you'll notice that starting from the checkpoint completely breaks the time pressure. One of the reasons that they're typically done as very short levels, 20 to 40 seconds, is because that way checkpoints don't matter and you can leave them out. As you can see here, when I'm starting at the midpoint, I don't need to worry about the clock at all. And I could restart from any of the points I want. Now, if that's the difficulty tuning you want, that's fine. But generally, unless you're enforcing a very specific kind of time pressure, where the player has to be on a very strict path, you actually don't want too many coins, because it makes every difficult jump harder to see, if that makes sense. So hey, Meng, welcome. Okay, let's move on to what's next. So yeah, thank you for that, Cody. Ah, yes, Gooby, that's the one where you dropped a POW. Yes, I know which one. Yep. Yeah, no, I know precisely which one you mean now. And Glitch, thank you for the submission. I assume, once again, that's a world continuation when we get to you. So yeah, this is the level where we were struggling over and over on a POW drop. I see it is a new version with a 2.2% clear rate. That's quite a bump. And Meng, or Yokotos, thank you for Piggyback Desert. Piggybag Desert, I should say. Yeah, we had checked, of course, the top of the castle earlier, when I played an early version of this and wiped repeatedly on something you're about to see. Yeah. I think these soft drop markers are probably a bit much. I know we were talking about markers last time, and that I would have liked more markers on the jump that I was really having trouble with. I think these ones might be a little bit busy simply because they're overlapping with the tracks that you're already using for aesthetics. That's the thing about track markers, is that often I think the decision about whether to use them does depend partly on whether tracks are being used for anything else, like any kind of aesthetics or any kind of actual track movement. But yeah, if you're placing them to introduce markers for later, that's understandable. Yeah, because this segment I kind of like the way it was before, but if you want to be 100% consistent about the POW drops throughout, which is not what I have been, then that's definitely your call. But yeah, let me actually do this properly. These are easy jumps. I just need to get the inputs back into my fingers. Yeah. Yeah, there will definitely be people who don't necessarily know the interaction and would appreciate it, so... Yeah, looks like you have the drop and you have the landing box. But once again, I guess I need full speed into that. So that was the jump where I was dying repeatedly. The other time, I did not manage to get through it before. You think you got the global don't look right working. Did you try the track platform suggestion, or did you figure out some other way to do it? Maybe. And, okay, let's come through here. But yeah, safety of men, what I was saying earlier was it may be possible to arrange some kind of 3D World multiplayer game on stream come February, but we'll see when that releases whether the multiplayer performance is acceptable. And as you were saying, with the color upgrades for SMB1, yeah, there's a lot going on with the styles for SMB1 and SMB3 in particular that are very subtle changes, whoops, that make them look quite a bit nicer in Maker 2. So one of the things that you'll notice is the drop shadow. I think there were a lot of changes to things like the shadow effects on the sprites, and as you were saying, the color contrast and just the way that everything looks spruced up to be the way you remember the original games. And of course the fact that everything is in widescreen. My down input is not cooperating today. Should be down and then drop and then forward, yeah. A little worried about the tightness of that jump, but I need to actually drop the POW accurately first. You're really curious how big of an impact the pandemic has had on Nintendo's pipelines? Probably pretty considerable. Whoops. Yeah, I don't know why I was facing backwards there. That was not great. But let's try to fix this up and get over to the checkpoint that's on the other side. And okay, here we are. Okay, down and then release, but it's a bit tricky because I'm always trying to convince myself to keep my horizontal momentum after the soft drop so I can actually make that jump. As I think I was saying with the previous version, I mean, the POW drop, obviously I'm fumbling it right now, but it's actually less concerning to me than the jump itself. Like, it feels like it's going to be a pretty tight one in terms of the momentum I need to conserve. Like, I almost think this idea would work better with a much shorter jump horizontally, but once again, I don't know how much flexibility you would have to build something like that. Because the thing that's kind of messing me up right now is that I'm trying to soft drop the POW, but I'm also trying to keep momentum. And when those wires are crossed, whoops, I just end up throwing the POW. But I'll see if I can do something to fix that up. Yeah, you just do the run and then it works automatically. You were also telling me that you were playing this with sticks, right? Which might be part of the difference here. But okay. Yeah, I'll just try to get this. It is very tricky. It's not too tricky to just drop the POW, obviously. And then now we have a marker for where your intended drop destination is going to be. Whoops. But yeah, I'm being a little bit impulsive with the inputs even on these, such that I'm trying to let go of the POW. And of course, just correct my momentum into it when I can just hug the wall, actually. So, yeah, I don't know why I'm kind of instinctively flinching on these when I can just hug the wall like that. Much safer. So, no need to turn back. It is, in fact, a better habit, whoops, to not turn back going into that drop and jump. But yeah, that's the reason that it looks like I am just throwing the POW all the time. I'm not intending to throw the POW, obviously. I am trying to conserve momentum after the release, and that is causing me some issues, but we'll see. Might just be something that takes practice. Yeah, once again, kind of backing out into that diagonal. And that's exactly the kind of momentum cut that I cannot afford to do. So. Here you go. Yeah, obviously this guy up here we had checked before by bringing an additional POW with us, which we can do from the previous room if we're careful. Now we have to drop, but too early by the looks of it. Yeah, that's the thing about markers. Markers definitely kind of help when it comes to a clarity issue. I myself, as a player, am actually not good at following them, even when I see them. Which is why things like Kaizo levels are not what I specialize in. Because they are very much about following instructions accurately. If you're thinking about moving the CP, because the part after that isn't that hard. I think the CP is probably fine. I'm a bit concerned about the length of that jump towards it. But I have to actually get the POW drop first. You see, when you have a POW drop against a wall like this, it feels pretty relaxed because you have multiple ways to kind of get into that. You don't need a very precise arc. Even if you're a bit high or a bit low, you just hug the wall, you go down, right? Not a big deal. It's still a huge difficulty jump to go to a segment that has no wall. But here we go. Finally. And we'll grab a POW. It seems to indicate to me that I want to carry the POW over. But I don't actually know that for a fact yet, so we'll try it. Anyway, looks like the idea will be to do this. Escort the POW over. Oh. Better be quick. And quick. And quick. Yeah. There we go. Actually, a fairly relaxed timer on that. Just a momentarily scary accuracy check with the... what is it? The bone shell jump over the spikes, but that's more there to scare you. Oh, whoops. Lost a frog. Yeah, I made it. I definitely think the difficulty of the POW drop feels way out of scale with what I'm seeing with the level otherwise. Like, everything else, very relaxed, very much kind of, you know, 2 to 5%, very accessible to people who are kind of ordinary mid-level Mario players. The POW drop definitely is pretty intense. But it felt relaxed when I finally got it. When I got it, on that successful attempt, it felt really smooth, and the arc felt great. So I guess that's probably how it felt to you in testing, that you were managing to nail that, and just have that feel quite nice. But it does seem like you need to hit a really precise window to make that happen. So, trying to figure out what was triggering the Bullet Blaster there. I can only imagine that this is a survival timer fight that puts the blaster on a timer and just makes things a little more difficult. And yeah, you can see that it is track-based, track interacting with the bombs, and that is the thing that makes this a tighter and tighter dodging game. Okay, pretty good idea. I think the timing is sort of interesting in that phase 1 and 2 of the walls closing in are very, very short. Phase 3 here is much longer. But we are out of here. THX 1138. And that lands you directly on the flag, which just kind of traps you in this castle dungeon. So yeah, a curious ending. I usually don't see the flag completely blocked off like that, but thanks for that. I am glad I finally managed to get through it. Like I said, I don't think the... I don't know if you're still revising this or if you're okay with its current form. I don't think the track indicators for the first power drops were really that necessary, but that's your call. The track indicators on the power drop into the poison is quite nice. That is useful. I am still a little bit concerned about the jump arc there, but of course when I actually made the jump I got it on the first try, so maybe it's not nearly as bad as it looked to me at first sight when I actually retained momentum. So anyway, I hope that was a useful playtest for you. And yeah, nice multi-phase boss there. Okay, glitch. Let's continue where we left off. I think I can just pull up your world directly, if that's what it is. Yeah. Let's use your maker code. Okay, as always, for anybody who is new here, we will be following Super World rules, which is that I play the first level like a normal submission, and then we will continue depending on time. So if we finish the first one in, say, 10 to 15 minutes, we'll do one more. This is, of course, a continuation of the Cuphead tribute that was by Glitch, where you alternate between run and gun levels and boss levels. So here's a Bullet Blitz. So, run and gun. And yeah, Gooby, it would have been quite fun to have Lemmy in particular in 3D World. Given how 3D World has bouncy collisions for everything. Ah, yes, I did preview this level before. And we just die if we lose the car, right? Yeah. So it takes a while for that to happen, I think. But we'll just make it through here. Does look like I need the car to continue. Right. And this is surprisingly playable without it, though. At least so far. So if the car actually is a hard requirement, this might be slightly misleading, but I know that this was, whoops, partly kind of designed around the expectation that if you take a hit, you just die. And that you sort of expect the player to understand that you are never allowed to take a hit. But it is a little bit misleading in that you can continue quite a long ways without the car. Obviously, you do need it for exclamation mark activations like that. You need to beat the timer over here. Oh, yeah, totally forgot to fire at that thing. But yeah, there would be a bunch of stuff that would be tricky to implement in 3D World. So, for example, the way that Roy works is by the same logic as DeMonte Moles, where you can have him intersect with blocks. It looks like the way they implemented the 3D World style engine, which has all these hard collisions, just doesn't really accommodate something like that. In that it never really seems to accommodate any kind of overlaps gracefully. So something like Roy would be a big challenge. I mean, I'm sure they could do it, but... yeah, whoops. Just a miss. Yeah, I mean, there are a few things that can work as soft one-ways in 3D World. I mean, not with the same kind of one-way logic, obviously, where you can pass through, but, you know, if you just want gating systems, you can do that with donut blocks, trees, etc. But obviously it's not quite the same thing as what you're talking about with trying to do any kind of contraption work or object drops or anything like that with one-way panels. And so, yeah, from a perspective of doing things like puzzle mechanisms, that is a bit more difficult to work with. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, as you can see right in this level, that the on-off bounce platforms do allow you to cheat some of the limitations on semi-solid overlaps in the 3D World style. But that is kind of a limited tool set to play with, for sure. Okay. Yeah. Just hit a bit of a dead stop there. That was obviously not the way to do it. Yeah, safety of man. Enjoy your afternoon. But yeah, I mean, all of this time I have been looking forward to the glorious return of actual 3D World, and I'm glad that that has finally at last been confirmed. Okay, we are a little bit slow there. If we are fast enough, we should not be punched by the exclamation block. Don't bonk on that turnaround at bullets. Okay. I'll try to keep that in mind. I can't quite visualize exactly what you're telling me yet, but when we get there, I'll deal with it. Don't bonk at a turnaround at bullets. Okay. Wait. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. I understand which part you're talking about. After the bonsai jumps, right? Yeah, car control in this game is always going to be a little bit awkward. But just given that the momentum rules really do just follow their own rules. But yeah, still missing some kind of timing here. Green Mario, okay, Gooby, we will fulfill that starting on the next attempt.
Oh yeah.
It will take effect on the next attempt. You've never played 3D World, so it'll basically be a new game. Yeah, you're going to love it. It is one of the games where I think its reputation has deservedly grown in that, you know, with time, people have realized what I realized initially when I played it in 2013, which is that it is really one of the high points of 3D Mario. And really the moment when, you know, 3D Mario was always kind of its own series. Galaxy was effectively its own series within a series. But 3D World was kind of like Mario finally coming home to, you know, a lot of the conventions and a lot of the format where if you've been with Mario since the 2D games, you had certain expectations for how Mario should work that were never quite captured in 3D. Until 3D Land and moreover in 3D World. Like 3D Land was, I think, much more of a preparatory game. But yeah, I originally played all of 3D World in co-op. It has a remarkable finale. I think it has the best challenge content of any Mario game, to be sure. But yeah, there are a lot of ways in which 3D World is the most Mario-like 3D Mario game. If you have certain biases about what you think Mario should be like from the 2D rules in terms of, you know, things like power-ups carrying over, the way that power-ups work. In general, the way that stage layouts are done. It's just also this wonderfully creative game. Just a real lesson in level design. Okay, that's a bit further. Don't hit the speed pad when you go up, and if you land on a speed pad. Okay, Glitch, I'll try to keep that in mind. I'm trying to, you know, read as much of this as I can from the level itself as well, just to see if there are any trouble spots with clarity. There are definitely some spots where I'm just playing badly when it comes to missing. But yeah, the thing about levels like this is that when I see something like the dash pad, my assumption is that the game is telling me to hit it. Okay, got it. Let's actually make it up the pipe for once. This is surprisingly difficult. You know what? Let's just do that. Really? Oh, I see, because the on-off state... Okay. That's kind of a trick. I don't know about that. That you're just going to enforce the on-off state like that without... I mean, I guess you give me an opportunity to revisit that. But that I'm not allowed to do the pipe entry the easy way, and... Oh, I see, because you don't get a cannon hat when you respawn at checkpoint anyway. Okay, I see. I understand now. No, I shouldn't have blasted that guy. I should have kept him alive. Yeah, I always have trouble with pipe entry. It's not necessarily your level's problem or anything. I just tend to have tons of trouble going up pipes. The timing is obviously based on hitting the trampoline to the left. And then what? Oh, I see, going back left. Yeah. That should have been obvious to me. Roll jump up like this? Oh, yeah. Why don't we do things the easy way? Yeah, that was not the way. I mean, I was just slow, but let's scout ahead. Just to see what's going on. And yeah, okay. Yeah, I feel like I should be jumping there, or at least not falling on the conveyor at all. That's, I just need to hit that at range. Let's not start over. Yeah, okay, okay. I'm not supposed to get trapped on a conveyor. That much is clear to me. And that's going to be a bit of a tricky maneuver to pull off. I will need to fire and do a left turn in midair pretty much right away, I think. Don't go left to the trampoline. Oh, okay. Then what's the trampoline doing there? Is that just as a control point for... I see. Because I need to shoot that and then I bounce back. I see. Is the trampoline just there to control the Koopa when he spawns, or...? I mean, it can't be, because he's... Ah, I see, because it just spins him, yeah. I thought it was for me, and that was just misreading it. Okay. Now we're set. Whoops. A little bit early there. Thought it was going to get the bounce. Okay, I understand how it's supposed to flow now. Okay. And then the bullet hits the exclamation block, and then that gives me a platform across. Okay, so I just slipped off too early. I think I understand that. Oh, whoops, how did I miss? Let's not start over, let's just take the dive. Or I could have reset through the pipe, of course. And through we go. And yeah, a little bit early on that. I could have managed that jump a little further out. Okay. That's gonna feel... I missed something. The P-switch was on top of the switch up top. I wonder why that didn't trigger. Because I thought that when I fired, that would also hit the P-switch. That might just be an accuracy thing. Where I fired too low. Yeah, you really do need to hit that right on top. Nope, missed. And if I didn't crash the car, I actually would have had a second try on that. Yeah, Glitch, I'm not intentionally jumping on a conveyor. The thing is, a lot of the things that you're trying to advise me to correct are not things I'm doing intentionally. They're usually mistakes. But as long as the timing lines up for me to get to the next obstacle, that's fine. Oh, just missed a jump here for some reason. And yeah, I needed the P-switch to still be active, so I do need to do that whole sequence accurately. Okay, so let's bounce back. Yeah, much too early. I was just a little bit trapped. Once again on the conveyor segment. Ah, no, I was a bit slow on the wind up there, yeah. Scooby, what's my favorite game that's not Mario Maker? Difficult to say. I would... Well, actually, no, it's not that difficult to say. We were saying earlier, when you were talking about Pokemon Emerald, that, you know, sometimes we just have favorites that are kind of based on their personal significance more than just their raw merits. I feel like that's certainly the case with me and Wind Waker, which was a very impactful thing for me, in that I had at that time been somebody who had played Nintendo games, of course, already. but it was very much the game that brought me back into Nintendo. And pretty much for good. And there's a lot of stuff about it. As with 3D World, there's a lot of stuff about it that I think holds up incredibly well in ways that were not fully appreciated at the time of its original release. So, for example, you know, Breath of the Wild was probably a bigger experience for me, just a much more expansive game. I think Breath of the Wild certainly has a great claim to being a game of incredible significance as well, in terms of my experience playing it. But it is one of those things. Whoops. Okay, I don't know where I'm supposed to land when a bullet hits. Where a lot of those foundations for it were laid by Wind Waker. And I don't know what's wrong with your N key. We actually did have one of my regular viewers last week who broke his E key while he was typing in chat. And that was momentarily awkward. I think I have a slightly iconoclastic view of 3D Zelda in that Ocarina is probably the one that I'm least attached to. Like, I feel like I had a much more notable time with all of the other 3D Zeldas. And I do mean all of them. Okay, so I needed to probably jump out of the car to fire and then get back on, right? Yeah. And it's going to smack me in the back, and it's not going to matter too much. Ah, I see. So it's basically kind of like a boss segment. Now, can I do this without the car, though? I feel like I can. But we'll see, yeah. Warp block. And 2 keys. Oh. Oh, maybe that's a car control thing. Okay. How come a second key kills you, though? So you're not supposed to obtain a second key. Oh, I see. Because if you leave a second key, is that... If you leave the car, is that what gives you the second key? And then that's a car check? Is that how I'm supposed to understand that? Ah, I see. You use bounce platforms, yeah. Okay, that's clear. Wait, you get 2 keys. Wait. But then are you supposed to pass through that gracefully with the car then? Is that the idea? Oh, it's a timer. Okay. Okay, that's not really visually clear to me at all, unfortunately. I can't see that this is a timed fight. Oh, I guess it's from the bomb down here, yeah. Yeah, I guess the issue with that is that when you have keys for separate purposes like that, it does come as a bit of a surprise. Oh, but I see. That's a bomb sequence that is bound to the exclamation block that is by the blaster, and then that would be what's going on with key 2. Okay. I know that you might not have had too much flexibility with the timer, but I almost feel like this would have been clearer if the first bouncy platform, like the first available on-off switch, was on the left, because it's what you see when you spawn in before you scroll over and get a sense of what the room is doing. Because you do need to... This is one of those rooms where you do need to scroll back and forth to see what's going on, right? And so... Certainly my instinct from the first screen, too slow. Yeah, certainly my instinct from the first screen is to try what's going on the left side, for example, by jumping out of the car, before I try to scroll to the right and see what's going on the right side. You see what I mean? So I'm facing left, I spawned in on the left. Naturally, I'm going to try to interact with that location before I do too much of this. I know that it's supposed to probably just flow smoothly back and forth, and then I'm dead already. But yeah, it's an interesting idea. I just think the implementation might be a little bit inelegant to read. Like, the idea is fine, but it is an interesting boss room. I mean, you only have so many options when it comes to making a car boss. You know that you're going to have to use this wide spacing just to give enough room to go back and forth. I was caught off guard by the timer, though. I feel like it's already interesting as is without the timer check. But, of course, the idea behind the car is that you want to make sure the player goes fast. Okay, got it? Okay, I guess I just need to bust a car. There we go. Wait. Oh, no. I had the second key. Okay, that's bad. Yeah, with the on-off being blocked. Yeah, it takes a moment to read that the first time, that's all. Yeah, I should have seen that, but... Oops. This is going to be too slow once again. I mean, I guess the timer trigger would be based on a bomb that's on the bottom, right? Is that the idea? Yeah, because I can see that the idea behind the timer lock is that you want to make sure the player does this with the car and not without the car, but as you can see, we managed to get past the timer gate without the car. So I think if the idea was to guarantee that the player stays in the car, I don't think the timer lock is a good way of doing that. But anyway, it's a good idea. But I think there's some implementation things in there should probably have been tidier. But yeah, hopefully that was a useful playtest. Let me see how long we were on this one. Yeah, I will just do it as one level per now, but as you know, Glitch, you're always welcome to resubmit for a continuation within this stream as well. So let me just mark this one and head over to what we have from Mang. And Mang, I'll just come over this way. That'll be easier. Piggy Bag Desert. Okay. Ride piggyback on the piggy bags in the desert. So we got about 30 seconds on this, and about 5%, which is actually kind of unusually high for a, no doubt, bouncy Mang level, but let's see how it goes. I see wigglers already. I'm expecting a lot of piggy bouncing. This little piggy going to market. Oh, I see. Okay, because you need to time your way around the wall bounce when... Yeah. Okay. I get the idea. Obviously, I need to hit this. Oh, okay, that's rather cute. Yeah, I wanted to get on top on the right side, sink the platform, jump up, land. I don't know if that was the right approach, but... Yeah, I like how the first one warns you right away about the wall bounce, because the wall bounce, I'm sure, will be relevant later. Okay. And yeah, we just need to slip out this way. Oh, and over, yeah. I should actually be paying attention to the mushroom platforms in the artwork to distinguish them from everything else. Okay. Okay, that's reasonably satisfying. Yeah, I probably should have gone for Divine, because Divine would then make sure I tug that guy over all the way to the right. No sideways trampoline in this. I was actually wondering, because I'm seeing this mole bounce against the hard block and bounce the Wiggler backwards, and I was completely expecting a sideways trampoline. I was completely expecting it. Okay, let's see. The pig sound effect, by the way, is... I mean, it is the theme of the level, but it is a very nice touch. Okay. Go. And it's going to be... Oh, okay. I see. So, that's going to bounce you up. Yeah. Stream is lagging for you. Okay, let me know if anybody else has some stream performance problems. I don't see anything wrong on my end right now. At least not right in this moment. Maybe there was a few seconds ago, but... I'm not seeing any technical issues here. But yeah, always good of you to let me know when you do see potential technical issues, especially with things like audio, which does sometimes get glitchy here. Okay. Yeah, that was a bad idea. Cut out for a few seconds and it's back for you as well. Okay, good to know. Yep, I saw a few dropped frames here, but I don't think there was any serious disruption. Oh. We'll see. I'm actually going to be, as some of you knew from the Discord, if you read the stream announcements, I am going to be moving my streaming setup and redoing it over the next week or two. We have a new place, new internet, etc. And so hopefully everything is still going to work out for streaming. And, you know, it could always be that the new place just has tons of network interference or something, but or that the new ISP doesn't work out very well. But yeah, we'll be making a couple changes there. And incidentally, I think most of my regulars are there at this point, but we do have a community Discord for this channel. If you want to see some detailed scheduling information, also just it's a good way to send me longer things that I can't necessarily finish on the viewer level stream. That's !Discord for the address. I can punch that in myself in just a moment when my hands are not on the controller. Yeah, bouncing that guy up. And yeah, Gregkowski, you will be our sub next, so thank you once again for the new sub. Always happy to feature your puzzles here, so that will work out for me as well. And okay. So yeah, it looks like the first time that we had the mole on top of the jump block, I was able to just get the mole over to the second level. I cannot count on that the second time that we see that setup. We do, in fact, need to follow the bounce. Follow it accurately. Whoops. And yeah, as you were saying, it is a nice difficulty escalation. And yeah, Gooby, I guess if you're already planning out a Sky World for World 6, that is something to look forward to. I mean, with the castle, with all the POW drops earlier, I certainly thought the visual design was quite strong. Okay, we get the bounce like that. And then double bounce. Guess if I kind of followed a tree artwork, that gives me approximately what I need. Bounce on a mole, and then... But there's a muncher. Oh, I see, the muncher drops, okay. And then now we go for the lower level, or we just die. Because the upper level was just for the 50 coin. Very risky arc over the 50 coin, but as you can see, we are just about at the gold curtain. Okay. Not sure which level to give me. Would I prefer one screen, several screen, or escape style level? For the... Well, I mean, give me what you want. I would say that if it's something that I'm likely to need multiple sessions for, or a very long session for, it's probably better if I save that for the weekend stream. As you know, I tend to feature your puzzles quite heavily there anyway. If it's something that's a little more doable, you know, for viewer levels, say, something that isn't, like, too heavily checkpointed, one screen would probably be fine. Something on a kind of smaller progressive scale would be kind of fine. I don't know if you were here when we did the water level. I already did the water level last week, I think. And so something like that would be great. Just for a sense of size. But yeah, recommend me whatever you want. Oh, okay, so you did see the VOD, yeah. Yeah, I quite like that one. A lot of interesting nuances to the boomerang and crate and slope interactions that I hadn't necessarily thought to design around, but which made for some really nice, subtle puzzle gating. Okay. Let's try to get this once more. Okay. We've kind of lost our momentum here, but... There we go. And then second jump. There we go. Get ahead of this guy. Muncher's gonna peel off. And I needed to actually land on that accurately. That would have been a nice thing to do for once. I do see some bricks that are over the goal screen, like some kind of surprise is going to happen. Unless we just missed a secret boom boom somewhere. You never know. Once you've played enough levels by Mang, you start looking for certain kinds of secrets. As a bit of a director's cameo. Or just a personal touch. Whoops. Okay, this works too. We'll do it this way. And there we go. And over... Ah, I see. Oh, because that guy comes up and would get you over the top there. Okay. And Gooby B, do I have a YouTube? I actually don't. Eventually that might be something valuable to set up just so I have a permanent location for VODs that would be a little more searchable. As it is, though, if you go to the video page, I do create highlights of all of the viewer level streams. So there is actually a huge playlist, in fact, 2 separate playlists of every viewer level stream that we have done. I do save them all. Because I do know that that's something that makers often want to go back to and inspect. So let's mark that as a win. And it's going to be sub next for Grakowski. So the other 2 ahead of you have already submitted, so hopefully you won't mind being bumped back a bit. So yeah, Mang, thank you for that. That was Once again, quite interesting. Really a gentle escalation. Nice little bonus at the end, although of course I didn't quite interact with the final Wiggler that was coming out at the big finish. Because it almost felt like that was implying that I could take that up somehow, unless it was just an obstacle, although from the camera positioning, maybe not. So, anyway, that's something to think about. That was Piggy and Bag Desert. Let's take a look at TBN. GQ5. ULG. Okay, Hero of Time. Explore and collect the Triforce. Infiltrate castle. Quell the switch. Gorkowski, I'd actually completely forgotten that the replace command works in Warp World. I should, in fact, properly advertise the fact that it works. I had just completely forgotten about it. And yeah, the thumbnail is quite nice. So about 2 minutes on this. Often the time is probably more indicative of what you're into, or getting into rather, than the clear rate when it comes to things that are puzzly. Lovely trees in the woods here. Looks like we will eventually have a bomb slot if we become Link. Or a bomb slot over here for the scroll break, which is interesting, but I kind of want to see... Yeah, it looks like there's a question block over there that can be tapped with a sword. So the idea would be that you fire arrows at this guy, that guy, climb your way up safely without trying to be too techy about it, and then the question block is gated around that anyway. So let's get in here. Nothing on top of the pipe. Scroll break over here for when we get another bomb. Yeah, so when we come back out with Link, we'll try to remember to check the other spots, depending on how this flows. Okay, interesting. So the artwork is going to match the other side, which is up in here. And so yeah, in here we go with the Master Sword. And so there might be some kind of matching between the two segments of the overworld. I don't know that for a fact yet, but we have a door here. We have more stuff over here. We have one-ups over here. Of course, I was going to check that. Might also check the one buried down there, but we'd have to be careful not to... Well, it's a coin, I guess. Yeah, a little bit difficult to actually obtain that. At some point, we'll want to fire an on-off switch. Let's just blow all this up. Hey, Alex, been a long time. Glad to see you back. And actually, Alex, I know that my schedule lately has probably not been that compatible with when you usually tended to submit. And Alex, did you know about the Discord that we had set up? Because I know some of the latecomers that haven't been here in recent weeks might have missed it. But we do have a community over there now, so you can see what's going on with my very erratic schedule. And yeah, I did see that you had something new for me to play recently that I hadn't taken a look at yet. And Gorkowski were saying it's interesting looking back at some of your older levels. Yeah, I think there are always things where, you know, I look at a lot of things where I say, okay, this isn't necessarily worth a re-upload per se, but it's definitely something that I would have done differently. Now, we know that ice blocks are not going to be a scroll break. That's just going to kill you. Because we know that ice blocks don't work that way. even though they are functionally like hard blocks otherwise. Oh, whoops. Okay, we'll just get another Master Sword. They're a dime a dozen. Alright, let's grab the sword. I know that there was a scroll break on the other side that we could have checked as well, but given that this is a coin collection level, 3 pieces of the Triforce, I suppose, we will want to explore the layout anyway, and so we can release the furnace. I mean, if we want to grab the coins as coins, I guess. Yeah, it is like a little chimney here, where if you blow this up, you let the guy out. You have a bed and everything. Kind of a nice deflection pattern. But anyway, we got what we came for. And okay, so next thing we do is we'll break this and we'll keep our eyes peeled for some kind of on-off activation. Oh, nice little quasi gate over here. Thank you, Link. But your castle is in another castle. So, interesting. We see the checkpoint here. Of course, when we respawn, it will be in the same state. But also that is kind of a one-way gate in that we can't go back through that door that we came in. So, what do we have here? We have another checkpoint. We have a P. Have a key. Obviously, the one thing to interact with immediately is the scroll break, but he looks like it's vulnerable to something like an arrow shot if it's... Oh, I see. No, you just wrap around the top. Okay. Reset door here in case we blow up some of the bombs poorly. Looks like tapping the bomb with something like an arrow would probably send it bouncing upwards. Bounce it over here. Let's try that. Yeah. And then, oh, we need to shoot it multiple times, yeah. No, actually, because it's going to break the hard block over the claw. When it breaks the hard block over the claw, that's going to drop the trampoline. Dropping the trampoline permanently into the claw. And that's fine, because we can then reuse this. Blow that up. And in Nintendo Knots, thank you for the submission of Gato's Day Out, Dog Eat Dog World. Okay, interesting segment here. I'm just thinking about how if we had, in fact, decided to use the reset door after blowing up some of those blocks, theoretically we could send the original bomb a little further left or right, maybe. Okay. Let's grab the checkpoint. We still have the P active. Looks like it will be another wraparound on that side, which will, by that point, toggle the on-off switch. And yeah, another sequence here. Muncher is currently weighing down to POW. One POW hit is going to destroy every Muncher, right? Except for the one over there, and that's okay because I can just tap this. Well, I think I can just tap this. Whoops. And then we tap the third POW gate. Just try to slide gracefully into this thing. Yeah, there we go. And just try to slide once again gracefully. Whoops. There we go. Blow that up. Probably just stomp on this. And... oh! Wasn't even watching the clock, but I guess we had the checkpoint available. So, no big deal. I mean, I guess it is possible to just get locked in here if you wait for the P-switch to expire. You know, you just stand here, hit the P-switch, stand around for no good reason whatsoever, grab a cup of coffee. Not necessarily a very serious thing to test against, but you know it's going to happen to somebody. Yeah, something you wouldn't have thought about back then, and then you see streamers play and you realize they get themselves into all kinds of trouble. Doing things that are totally nonsensical. Okay, so we've got the key. Yeah, it's sort of interesting. I'm thinking, like, because I had a timer death just now, about the different spots where I could have a timer death, I guess. Here, not a big deal. It spits me back to that checkpoint. And yeah, of course, it gives you access to all those. However, we do know that there was a segment out front that was gated, and I want to check that first. Or... yeah. I'm just curious. I don't know if this is the actual goal, or... oh, that's a GG. Okay, no, let's check the other side then. See what I missed over there. One of them was going to be the main path. The other one was going to be a side path. Right, because we have this. And this was accessible earlier to begin with. So. But always worth checking. Take that. I only just noticed, too, that this is actually an hourglass. Look at this. Where you flip the hourglass, and the sands just kind of come down here. Okay. GG. Okay, so thank you for Hero of Time. We're going to be open for quite some time yet, so feel free to submit me more if you're able to stay. If you are the only sub here, Gurkowski, we're just still going to go down to next list, but if you want to queue something for later, that's perfectly fine. Okay, let's get around to the second submission from Gooby. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get to that. And if you can't stay, that's fine too. We'll just catch some of the longer things on the weekend, specifically if you have a very large-scale escape room. 2-3, Hothead Castle. Defeat the... semicolon. Mad Lad. Yeah, Gooby, thank you for checking in once more. And Alex for Kirby showing us the love. And yeah, we're going to have a 3D World castle structure here. to remember how to play the bullet hat. Whoops. As I was saying, I have to remember how to play the bullet hat. Yeah, get a nice high bounce off of that, full speed. Get up top. Pretty clear to me. It's funny, after some time away from any bullet hat levels, I actually did forget how to play the bullet hat. In that, there was one incident where I had a bullet level that was my first one in several weeks, and I actually just did not remember the controls. I mean, you just hold jump, not a big deal, but, you know, in terms of what you can do with the triggers and letting up in time for the wall jumps, etc., I definitely let most of my technique drift. Rakowski, thank you for the Eyes of Infinity. We'll hopefully be able to see that before you have to go. Okay, kind of skating along there, a little bit low. And that's what happens. Boom Boom is a hothead because he's angry. I don't know, Gooby, if you've ever seen how Boom Boom looks when you have the Goomba hat on, but it's like he's taken an anger management course. He just kind of sits there calmly and lays his hands down and thinks, okay, I feel like I'm going to rethink some of my choices. Okay. There we go. I'm kind of impressed that worked blindly. Ah, here's Boom Boom. Not taking his anger management course. We, of course, want to drop icicles on him, but that will require me to... Oh, whoops. Okay, now I'm just dead. Yeah, that will require me to activate the on-off switches on the left or right side. I fire in there. I activate the switches. I try to drop the icicle on top. Whoops, that's a mistake. Very obvious mistake. Okay. Oh, whoops. Yeah, that was also a mistake, but a solvable one. I don't know if it was already a thing to refer to Boom Boom as Mad Lad prior to Nintendo doing it themselves. 'Cause I know that kind of caught on because it was in one of the Mario Maker Directs. Yeah, we'll just wait for him to wake up and... Oh, you're not. And we'll tug him over. Okay, a little bit of a timing exercise here. Want to stand out of range of an icicle that I legitimately want to drop while trying to time the bully shot. Okay, gonna tug him over. I think I do have a slightly better timing on the bully now anyway. Not going to worry too much about losing the cannon box unless I need it here. And that's that. And that's going to hop you up and back. Okay, interesting idea. Bit of a variety level between the two hats, the bullet hat and the cannon hat. Yeah, the cannon hat, I mean, the fight is interesting in that you are watching three different timings. You're watching the Podoboo coming up, you're watching Boom Boom under the icicles, and you're also watching the bully for the shot. And that it is kind of manageable because there are safe locations that you can always choose to stand in. So it's not like you need to be watching those things at the same time that you're watching Mario, but that you do have a bit of a risk and reward trade-off where you have to get into Podoboo range in order to drop the icicles accurately on top of Boom Boom. Like, you can stand one tile out, but you won't necessarily lead Boom Boom into the spot where you want him. So, Balancer was kind of interesting. I mean, it's one of those things where you do have to trust a player to realize immediately that losing the cannon hat before the third shot is just going to be a death, unless the switches stay on. But yeah, quite happy to raise the clear rate on that to pi%. Yeah, but, you know, I think the level of risk introduced by the Podu Boost is probably acceptable. Like, it's one of those things where I think some players will get frustrated when it peels off the cannon head and they realize, oh, I can't progress. But the fight is also so simple enough that if you wanted to introduce a respawn of the cannon box, like if you wanted to give the player additional chances to get the cannon box, one way to do it would be to make sure they kind of have to work their way towards it, that they have to do a little bit more dodging to get to it. I think sometimes that works better than just trusting the player to say, oh, I can't progress, let's die. I mean, obviously, for a fight that's sufficiently easy, you don't want to have a really easy power-up refresh, but you can have one that just requires a little bit of effort and a little bit of risk to get to. Your 5-year-old wrote out the digits of pi all over the driveway yesterday with chalk. I'm really impressed with your 5-year-old, and I think that that is excellent mental preparation for having them design a real-life escape room around your block, which I think your neighbors will be very pleased to see. When they realize that they have to, you know, punch in a combination lock that's hidden in the digits of an irrational number to get out of the driveway. Okay, did I actually punch in the next code? It is from Glitch. Ah, yeah, it's just Glitch's code again, so I'll just do it the easy way. And do the world continuation. Once again, same world rules as before. And let's collect some 1-ups. And yeah, I will, of course, play the first level in a set like a normal level, so I'll continue past game over. And then we'll see how much time there is to progress after that. Now, given that we had just done a run and gun in this Cuphead-inspired sequence, we are now in for walloping a boss. Gunhead, Charva what? Charva Lava Bottom, okay. Oh, I see. Because it's kind of like the Honey Bottom fight in Cuphead. Oh, I should have checked the other pipe. And now I've missed the opportunity to. Okay, if we die, that's okay. We'll check the top pipe. It's probably nothing. I gotta say, Honey Bottom, which was the bee fight, was, I think, probably one of the hardest fights for me the first time through Cuphead, like, you know, in terms of the learning run through Cuphead. The one that was by far the hardest for me was definitely Grim Matchstick. Also, interesting here that it is theoretically survivable, this fight, without the cannon box, if you do what I did there and use the long jump. Okay, so I guess we can't get to the top of the fight. After all, this is just the exclamation mark. Yeah, kind of a neat fight. Have to be pretty careful not to ground pound. And also not to blow up the cat bullets when we need crates to be on. Whoops, I just missed. Yeah, Glitch, I kind of like that this fight has a bit of a failsafe. Also, as always, I've noted that about almost all of your levels in this set, I think, but I just love how you use the blocks as part of the question mark and the exclamation mark. Obviously, you couldn't do that with the exclamation mark here because you needed a pipe in order to enter the vertical zone, rather than using a warp block to enter a later segment of the main world, but definitely appreciate the punctuation here. And yeah, I like that you can kind of have this second hard mode to the fight if you lose the cannon box. I mean, it's quite difficult because then you can't use the cannon to take out things like the Cheep Cheep. But I like that it's doable, that you don't just have to say, okay, I lost the box now, I have to throw the whole thing. Like, I find it much more satisfying to have a continuation that feels like a hard mode, and this one does it quite well. Oh. Trying to lose some crates here, that's a good sign. Yeah, I also like the gentle escalation of introducing the Cheep Cheep. Oh. Yeah, once again, really can't let them hit. I actually think it's a pretty interesting idea that the risk with the cat bullets is not just that they hit you, you also just don't want them to hit the crates. That's a neat touch. Oh, missed a long jump because I was holding the crate. But yeah, I've generally been pretty satisfied with the Wallop boss fight segments in the Gunhead world. This one, I think, is probably one of the stronger designs, though, that I've seen from what I remember of the other ones. Like, the other ones are good, but this one has some really neat nuances to it. At least from the parts that I've seen so far. Whoops. Okay, we're in trouble. Of course, green Cheep Cheep, if we just survive it, will pass us by and shouldn't bounce back and give us any additional trouble. And hey, Loop and Snoop, welcome. Thank you for lockpicking the logic gates. Certainly looking forward to that. Yeah. Yeah, Gorkowski, since Loop and Snoop just joined us, I'll also resume doing sub next, and so we'll pull yours up into sub queue, and then be next after that, and then Loop and Snoop's in the sub queue as well, I believe. So that's okay. Pretty short queue today, anyhow. I definitely feel like going into September that Mario Maker has visibly slowed down in terms of the number of incoming levels, not just in viewer level streams, but just on my followed list, etc. That, yeah, Loop last time had a bit of a hacky fix to the E key by moving, I think it was the comma over, or you were considering moving the tilde over. I hope you've had a more permanent fix of that since. Yeah, it is definitely partly because school started up. I noticed that on the Mario streamer side that Fall Guys really took over a ton of stuff in August. That, you know, most of the bigger Mario streamers that usually raised the numbers for the whole category and therefore raised the visibility of everybody else in the category, they were all doing Fall Guys. And or had at least carved aside a significant amount of their stream time for that. I certainly know that a lot of the people coming out of 4YMM as makers, like some of them have been really prolific, you know, like Document's been submitting like crazy, or creating like crazy. And some of the really prolific makers like Mang have, of course, just been cranking out more levels. But a lot of people on that side kind of slowed down and took a break as well. Understandably. And that's a pretty big chunk of my followed list. And so yeah, between all those factors, like school and, you know, people taking a break, changing games, etc., it is a bit of a slow season. And I've definitely seen that reflected. Okay, really can't afford to just fight in the middle like that when the green sheep comes out. I think when the green sheep comes out, if we don't have a safe way to deal with it, I just need to dodge it, go over it, and if one of the cat bullets has to hit the crates, it just has to hit the crates. Yeah, I like the amount of variability that you get in this fight, just from the different outcomes that you can have from the bullet interaction. The one spot where things get a bit tight is if you get a really bad coincidence between the Cheep Cheep location and the Charvarg location. Like, that's when things get a little bit dicey. Whoops. And yeah, I mean, Charvarg's position, like, there's some randomness to it, but it is also signaled in a way that is predictable in which you can react around. Yeah, you see, so that's the issue there, is when a Cheep Cheep comes up and it blocks your ability to access the bullet, like, when that kind of interaction coincides with the Charvarg, then you basically have one round where you say, okay, I can't do anything, the bullet needs to hit. And yeah, we're almost certainly dead, but let's try to get through it. Once again, this is a fine demonstration of why I like the option to continue past losing a power-up. It is a noticeably harder fight, but there's this sense of desperation to it once you get to this stage. And so, yeah, once again. Oh, and look at that, the cat bullet can hit the switches too, and so that's an alternative method I hadn't considered. Also, one thing you'll notice in that round was that I managed to stop the Cheep Cheep before it entered the lava for the first time, and so I was able to kill it by stopping if you get it right on the first cycle when it fires out of the bullet blaster. It's sometimes a little bit difficult to see. I find that in all of the styles, except maybe... like, it's very visible in SMB1, SMB3, and Super Mario World, maybe, but in a lot of the styles, the Cheep Cheeps being set on fire or being laid into poison can sometimes be a challenge to visualize just because of how the artwork blends in terms of whether they have been ignited yet. Like, it's not so much of an issue in something like SMB1, where the artwork tends to be very, very clear. But yeah, you can see, like, it's a very subtle effect to see that it is in fact on fire. So, Lupin Snoop, you're saying that the maker to streamer ratio is higher than it was a few months ago. Yeah, I can kind of see that, you know, as a smaller streamer, it's kind of true that we've been benefiting a bit from just the total list of streamers having thinned out a bit, but that I just think is a result of some of the people who are kind of more fair weather players of this game dropping in and out, and that's just a natural cycle. And yeah, I mean, you know, I'd say that very few of the people who were doing viewer levels this time last year when the game was new are still doing them now, including some of the biggest ones who were pulling really good numbers at the time. Like, I'm not talking about the super streamers with 1,000 viewers, but, you know, people more in the hovering around partner range. Like, you saw a lot of them doing viewer levels with huge queues back in the early weeks of the game, and most of them have dispersed. But it's sort of interesting. Like, I mean, I haven't done any close look at analytics here when it comes to how the overall category numbers affect how we're doing. as people who are kind of, you know, sub 1,000 followers. But I would imagine that it kind of has an effect on discoverability, and you know, people who are makers are going to still make, and they are still going to submit, and that's not going to change. But yeah, it is one of those things where, you know, if the big streamers aren't holding up the numbers because they're all playing Fall Guys or all drifting off to doing other things, then it does have this effect where I think some people who are kind of like hit and miss with streaming this game or choosing to stream this game kind of start dropping out, because the visibility of the category on the whole has gone down. Obviously, the people who stick with Mario Maker stick with it, and it's just how Mario Maker 1 kept on going for so long, was that you did have a few people who decided to stay with it for 4 years, all the way to 2019. And yeah, Grakowski, all of the bullets that are homing in 3D World are cat bullets. As you probably know, but just didn't necessarily notice with this level. I mean, it feels like these days I so often see blasters used as a contraption tool, or as a blocking piece, that is actually relatively rare that I see red bullet blasters used for red bullets or cat bullets. Because red bullets or cat bullets are one of those things that, because of the way they home in on the player, they introduce a certain uncertainty to to the design, and I feel like unless people are making things that are often either really chaotic or really traditional, one of the two, that there's a certain reluctance to build using red bullets or cat bullets because of their potential to break stuff in ways that may be difficult for you to test personally. That's my impression anyway. Like, I feel like I just don't see red bullets and cat bullets used as platforms or platforming elements that often anymore. And it may just be something from, you know, sample bias of levels that I've been looking at. But yeah, I mean, Glitch, I agree with what you said earlier about the lava not being the focus of this level. It is there to elevate the crates, and I think that's extremely clear. It's there as a scrolling mechanism. And, you know, when you lose the crates, the issue is not that you're dropping it into the lava, the issue is that you have an uneven surface, and moreover, an uneven surface where if you lose the cannon box, you might accidentally pick up the crates. And it's also something that, you know, introduces a great deal of variance to how the fight is going to go every time. On top of the fact that Charvog's positioning is also going to be something slightly variable. Oh, whoops. Accidentally blew up my own crates. Yeah. Okay. Also need to take advantage of the fact that I am charging shots. I don't really need to get up close every time. I can, in fact, hit them from across the room, and that's an option that I've not really been using very often. Which will give me quite a lot more flexibility with positioning. Okay, I do that every time, where cheap coincides with where I'm leading the bullet. And yeah, this was, of course, the first level in the set, so I will continue past game over, but this will be the only one I do in this set, I think. But that's okay. I'm enjoying this fight. And I am enjoying it quite a bit. And yeah, Lupin's Doom, that's a good observation. That's for people who really like the kind of go style. That's quite often they'll just outpace what bullets can give them. Unless they just have, you know, black bullets that are very precisely timed for some kind of preset obstacle that you're meant to do blind. But yeah, no, from the spawning time on screen to the player's position, there are some pretty good reasons why one doesn't see that. You see bonsais. We actually saw bonsais used to that effect in the car level that was earlier in this set. I could have just let that hit. I could have let the cat bullet hit the switch, rather. Yeah, no, the fish is always going to spawn in the same spot because of its placement in the editor. It's more that I'm always standing in a bad spot that leads the cat bullet to that location. Because I'm anticipating getting a jump on the bullet, and so there is something I can do there to make that easier for myself, which is to not stand anywhere near where the fish is going to go and not lead the bullet there in the first place. But it's kind of true that the fish position, when it's low on its cycle, it is off-screen. It's basically off-screen. I mean, once you see its initial pattern once it comes up, you can kind of track it. But its initial location after dropping out from the blaster is something that requires a little bit of trust. But we'll see. In general, I like the Cheep Cheep idea. In terms of being a form of difficulty escalation. Yeah, the approach to the Cheep Cheep is just going to be go over it. Oh, whoops. That was a little unfortunate. Okay. Of course, you can't just go over to red one, because red one will come back. But with the green one, I should just skip them. And that would be the easiest way to deal with them. I think I'm positioning myself poorly for the green ones because I'm expecting that I can just shoot them. But when I try to just shoot them, I get cornered by the combination of the Cheep Cheep and the cat bullet. And so that's kind of a tactical mistake on my part. But I really do like that this is the kind of fight that has enough flexibility for you to be thinking about tactics rather than just, you know, doing pattern reading the whole time. That you can make all these adjustments that are in your approach. And that's what makes the fight easier. Like this. Like, I don't even mind losing the crates there because I know at this point that... Whoops. That's going to be a bigger issue for me. And yeah, Loop Snoop, that's a fair point, that when the fish is dispensed by the Bullet Blaster, you don't know how low it's going before it's coming back up. Because you can't actually see really the bottom level of the lava. Like, that's probably the thing that is making the Cheep Cheep's first ascent look a little unexpected. Simply because you don't know... I mean, you're telling me that there are 3 layers of crates that we have to work with. As the player, I don't actually know that for a fact. As the player, I know that I'm fairly safe. But I don't know precisely that it's going to be 3 layers, or what the calculation will be for it. Whoops. I was trying to shoot my way back out of there, but bad idea. Yeah, or what the calculation will be for, you know, the arc of the Cheep Cheep when it is landing for the first time. Jumping on the Cheep Cheep as it spawns out of the blaster is the most stylish way of dealing with it, but also not one that is reliable enough to be my preferred strategy. But that's the best way to deal with it, is just to not let it ignite. But I think just dodging the green Cheeps entirely is almost certainly what I want to do. Or you could just fire very promptly, nice quick shots. And that didn't quite go the way I wanted, but it was worth a try. Whoops, no. Wanted to get the long jump once again, but I kept picking up the crate. Yeah, I've done a lot of these ascending crate levels with Charvarg. This one is a bit different from a lot of the ones I've seen before. But I've seen a lot of variations on this concept. Usually not with the cat bullets, usually with, you know, obstacles that you need to activate or deactivate so they don't knock out entire columns of crates. So the cat bullet is an interesting spin on it, in terms of how it combines with the other elements, but I've seen quite a lot of these Charvarg crate ascents before, and a lot of them do have that potential issue of how much horizontal range the Charvarg is going to cover. I mean, when you have something this narrow, you know that you are going to have a few cycles where you have to wall jump. But yeah, let's just do this. Once again, I have to remember that the long shot does give me the option to shoot from pretty much across the screen, and yeah, I'm probably being overly protective of the crates. I mean, having the full row of crates does make it easier to get around when it's just a flat surface. But it should not be the priority, and sometimes I'm prioritizing it a little too much when keeping the cannon box should be the first consideration. Like, I should be a little more risk-averse for the sake of keeping the cannon box. But yeah, fundamentally I think the interaction of taking out the cat bullets is a pretty good idea. One thing you'll notice, though, is that the scroll is not locked left or right. It is a vertical subworld, but you can lock the vertical subworld regardless with scroll stop columns that go all the way parallel to the central axis, like on the y-axis. Now, one of the things that would do, of course, is it would control Charvarg's position, because Charvarg is slightly camera dependent in the way that clouds, angry sun, etc., the moon, like those are camera-dependent elements, right? So when you have this little scroll by about one tile back and forth, like that adds a little bit of that random variance, or seeming random variance, to where Charvarg is going. And Mr. Laser, you're going to skip the queue? Okay, great. I will be sure to pull that up after this one. Thank you for one screen Dry Bones puzzle. Yeah, so the order after this level will be Mr. Laser, followed by the sub-next, I believe. And, which will be Bukowski, and then it's going to be back to next. I think that's correct. But I'll have to check that visually to be sure, so... whoops. That was just bad position. Yeah, I actually feel like the camera scrolling back and forth the tile is actually a bigger factor than we might be considering here. But yeah, I'm not sure I can quite visualize what Loop is talking about the central pillar. I'll think about that, because I think I might know what you're getting at, but not while I'm also playing the level at the same time. If you watch me play a lot, you'll see that often I do take certain deaths to the fact that I'm playing the level, but I'm also just like mentally visualizing something completely different, like a later part of the level or an alternative design or something like that. And then that gets me into all kinds of trouble. That if I'm taking like really silly deaths, that's often the thing that's going on. Okay, red sheep is going to be a bit of a problem here because of the way it homes in on you and comes back. Double red sheep is going to be a really big problem when I don't have the cannon box to take them out. I don't think wall jumping over to Charvarg is really that big of an issue. Oh yeah, if you're talking about like some central crates to give you some height, it would be fine, but you have to remember that like there's this kind of pressure where if the crates are any higher, you get quite a lot of pressure against the on-off blocks that are coming in that you only have a certain amount of time to read the ceiling. But maybe you're envisioning something a little different there with them. What you're saying with some central blocks. Because, yeah, you're dodging a Charvarg, but at the same time, you're staying low enough to get out of the oncoming ceiling, right? So I do think it's one fight where... Yeah, sure, it's challenging to jump around a Charvarg, but the headroom is really valuable. Like, having headroom feels very satisfying. And the wall jumps are not that big a deal. Yeah, I feel like the camera scroll that introduces some variance to the Charvarg is probably a substantially bigger factor in terms of, you know, how controlled the Charvarg position actually is. Whoa, okay. Doing okay so far, this attempt. Charvarg's gonna come in on this side. Whoa. Okay. Drop in there. And we're gonna be in big trouble here. Yeah, Loop and Snoop, if you just had, for example, the Cheep Cheeps spawn directly at a certain point, well, the issue is their spawn timing, because, whoops. I mean, if you decided to place the Cheep Cheeps high up in the editor, yeah, then that's how you control the spawn timing, is just when they scroll in vertically. Cheep Cheep drops from the ceiling, drops into the lava, and then comes in from the side. So you get a couple of spaces of warning when it comes in from the side columns. Probably much more valuable for the red Cheeps. On the other hand, having the Cheep Cheeps come out of the blasters means that if you are able to anticipate them, you can shoot or bop them before they ignite, which not really doable blind, but if you kind of know how the level is going, that is a valid strategy. Also, I noticed as a clear condition that in the end we'll probably grab a star to kill the Charvarg. That's what I fully expect. Oops. Yeah, trying to snipe the Cheep there as it was coming out. It did not work. Yeah, I don't think he wants me to shoot them either. I think the idea is just to dodge. I do feel like the red Cheeps have to be shot. Otherwise, you just cannot control space whatsoever once you get up to the top segment when there are up to 2 red Cheep Cheeps active. Like, red Cheep Cheeps, I'm pretty sure have to be shot down. Because that's the point in the level when I start thinking, okay, maybe this is not doable as Small Mario. Oh, whoops. Yeah, once again, just kind of poorly timing that. Once again, just can't long jump when you're just standing by the wall. Loop and Snoop, no, the Cheep Cheeps can always be shot by the cannon box. You just can't touch them, obviously, because they ignite, but because their pattern stays on screen, I really feel like you have to clear them. Yeah, when you have the corners available, you get to have a bit of a safer landing zone, so I want to avoid busting down the corner crates. Yeah, because if I can land on the corners, things become much more flexible. Alex, this will be my new nightmare? No, not really. There has been worse. And you have to remember, I've played around with Charvark quite a bit in the editor. That Charvark is an element I like using in 3D World. Even though I don't publish much of that stuff, but... Yeah, the thing about controlling Charvark's location is that... I mean, a lot of people don't really even know about the camera positioning and how that's affected. Like, they don't necessarily know what the rule set is going to be the way that the maker would know them. And indeed, even a lot of people who would be experienced makers, they would not really know a lot about how to control this kind of quasi-random thing, right? Like, when you see players playtesting stuff that uses things like clouds or Angry Sun or whatever, like, you can tell that they really don't think about them systematically as a habit. Or that it's a real challenge to approach them systematically, because the first time you see these elements, it doesn't really look like they have rules. Even though we know that they have rules. The middle is the safest place, you're telling me? Yeah, to some extent. Once again, yeah, I feel like I'm just shooting too close all the time. Like, I don't need to get in on that location to shoot. I can shoot from the other side if I want. And if I kind of cut the habit of always trying to hug the side where I'm doing the shot, then I feel like I'm in a much better shape. Okay, I feel like I accidentally eradicated an entire row of crates there just because of the on-off spacing. Is that what happened? Because it feels like everything lowered. Yeah, I think I actually took out an entire row because of the crates being on the lowest level. So that was unexpected. That was maybe a bit unfortunate. Just as a result of the level spacing, that you can in fact hit the next on-off switch so early that you blow up the crates under yourself. So we kind of have to know not to do it too early. Because, you know, like when you have something time-sensitive like this, a lot of players, if they wipe on it as much as I am, they will think, okay, how can I do everything faster? And how can I create like a maximal safety zone for myself? So that's a bit of an unfortunate surprise, I think, if you get punished for firing too early. But okay, let's dodge. Okay. Probably didn't want to take out all those crates when I did that, but oh boy, Cheep Cheep's gonna come out. Cheep Cheep blocked the switch. Cheep Cheep is going to cause more problems. Yeah. Tricky sequence there. Tricky sequence. Particularly because the spawn point for the Cheep Cheeps and Nose Blasters is on the same side as the switches. So when I'm trying to hug the switch, and you know, part of the issue there was that I shot the Cheep Cheep and missed the switch because it was blocking it. But when you try to have this bad habit of hugging the switch so you can get a really nice responsive shot, one of the risk factors there is that you are on the Cheep Cheep's spawning side, and you just get shot in the face with that thing. Okay, not too early, not too early. Yeah, because one of the reasons why I would want to hug the side with the on-off switches is because the shots feel more responsive. I don't have to time them, I don't have to wait for the cannonball to go left to right or right to left. But it also means that I'm doing some really risky plays. It is harder than it looks, isn't it? Like, it is, it looks pretty straightforward in terms of what you have to do, but there are a lot of ways that you can mess up. And yeah, on one of those good attempts, I maintained the crates for quite a long time. Like, they stayed active for a good chunk of time. Okay, let's not fire too early. Okay. Got caught there. Red Chiefs are probably going to kill me if nothing goes earlier. And, yeah, Lupin Snoop, a lot of the earlier fights in Glitch's World, and indeed a lot of the earlier levels in all of Glitch's World, are just SD locks if you lose the head. Which, you know, I mean, they're SD locks, they're not really... They don't really feel great, but if you know the context of that being the case for the rest of the Super World, then this level actually feels comparatively relaxed. But the whole concept of this Super World kind of relies on the expectation that losing the hat is usually an SD lock, so I'd rather have it be a hard mode than an SD lock, as I was saying at the very beginning of playing this one. But yeah, by the time you get to the Red Chiefs, it definitely gets a bit spammy to deal with. I mean, the Red Chiefs are the only things that stay on the screen and which have to be blasted, though. Green Chiefs, you just dodge them, not a big deal. And yeah, when you have a totally flat surface to work with, then things are a lot more manageable. Of course, I destroyed my own flat surface by trying to kill a Cheep. And Red Chiefs are the end? Yeah, I thought so. I thought I was probably getting quite close there. But anyway, let's we're reasonably close. I feel like I can close this one out soon. Just need to get past the bad attempts. But yeah, maybe I shouldn't be shooting the green sheep. I'm shooting it on spawn, but it's probably a better idea to just make my way over it. Thank you for the follow. Okay, except that's a bad wall jump. Bad timing there. Not a bad idea, bad timing. Okay. Yeah, because red Chiefs are going to be a huge problem. And yeah, Harry Edson, thank you for your submission. We have a skip the queue, and then we have an alternation between next and sub-next, but we'll hopefully get to you fairly soon and see Toad's Tricky Troll Castle. Okay. Yeah, starting segment, fairly benign, not too much of a worry, and then gets a bit wild. So what I want to do with the cat segment, sorry, not with the cat segment, but with the green Chief segment is I think I just want to dodge. I don't want to eradicate anything. I just want to dodge, and unfortunately, that's not going to work too well with that bullet placement, because I'm always going to be a little too low for that given how it's homing. But I think I have a pattern for that, because earlier on the most successful attempts, I was not trying to jump on that higher bullet. I was just trying to get over to Cheep Cheep and below the higher bullet. If I do it that way, I should be safe. And that was pretty much what my best attempts all looked like. Because that way you prioritize leaving the platform in place. And at the same time, you just make the green Cheep a non-issue. Just dodge it below like that. Cat Bullet is going to take out 1 or 2 crates, but should be fine. So yeah, dodge the green Cheep, but then dodge it nice and low, like that. Okay. Once again, dodge the green Cheep. Dodge it nice and low. Get a shot off. Losing a couple of crates here. Okay, now we're in trouble. So, getting closer. Getting closer. I know I've been on this one for a while, but we are getting there, and I'm playing this as part of a super world that we've been progressing through anyway, so, you know. If I don't do it now, I'll just have to do it again later. Okay. Once again, similar strategy. I had a few unusual cycles there where the Charvarg was only coming up in one specific vertical column. That usually doesn't happen that often, but on that previous attempt it happened twice. And that was something that I had to basically learn to play around. Yeah, nope, got peeled off there. And Red Cheep is going to be a nightmare once again. No, missed a long jump. Okay. Off that. Almost there. And we'll just do this over. Yeah, I think my green Cheep strategy is improving anyway. I think we finally have a somewhat consistent approach for it. Like that. It does lose a crate if I don't manage to get a stomp on a higher bullet. But it feels way better to control. Oh, got smacked. But at least the Red Cheep got out of the way. But yeah, having the Red Cheep in the same position as the on-off, I think, is not great. Because by that point, if you lose the cannon hat, you can't get out of there once you activate the switch. Like, that looks like it's not doable as Small Mario. That last Red Cheep spawn point, in particular. Because of the fact that the thing that releases the blaster, of course, is the on-off activation. And that's true for each of these successive sequences. Whoops. Just missed. Yeah, this one's blown. Well... Let's see, if I hit the game over mark, I will stop and postpone this. But Glitch, as you know, we are continuing through your world, and of course, it's not like we're stuck behind a checkpoint anyway, so it's okay if I have to do this over multiple runs, because there were a fair number of attempts here that had to be expended on just figuring out tactics, and that's fine. But we'll hopefully get this very soon. Whoa, I just missed a wall jump entirely, okay. But yeah, that will be the hard cap on the number of attempts I make here, is I will definitely stop at game over if I have not cleared it by then. Okay. Yeah, and you're very welcome to resubmit this. Be it on this stream or a different one. Okay, so after this will be Mr. Laser, who redeemed Skipped Q, as I was saying earlier. And then we'll proceed as before. Oh, okay, okay. That was bad timing there. I'm probably going to be dead. Yeah. Okay, let's get through here. And yeah. Early segments are pretty manageable. Minus the occasional mistake. But yeah, we'll try to get a good pattern on this cheap here. Right there, like that. I can jump on that bullet too, if I want to preserve the crates. It is possible to do that safely. Oh, I missed the shot. I just missed it completely. That looked totally fine until I missed a shot. So. Okay. Nope. I wanted to charge that, not fire it, but it does have the initial shot when you try to charge up, so... Bit of a mistake on my part. Yeah, knowing when to charge the shot is a subtle touch that does matter. Okay, I messed that up. You know, maybe the wall jump pattern with cheap is not the best idea. But I guess it depends on the Charvarg positioning. If the Charvarg is all the way to the left, then I can do something slightly different with the cheap spawn, where I let it spawn and I just hug the blaster where it originated. That might be a little bit better, but I'll just see. I need to take a look at this. Okay. So far, so good. Yeah, hug the blaster. Whoops. I got trapped. Getting the spawn point, which was not what I expected. Not what I was going for. But yeah, we'll put in a few more attempts here. And if we hit game over, we'll proceed. But yeah. It looks so relaxed in your early segments, and then, oh boy, that's gonna be probably a disaster. Okay, let's get this out of the way. Yeah, I've definitely been on this one for some time at this point. So, can't get it, we can't get it. Sit tight. Pop this guy. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly the thing I was trying to correct earlier. But if I get out of here in time for the Chief to get out of the way... Oh, whoops. Missed a long jump input, as you can probably see. Well, Gooby, the super world that I'm playing is specifically a Cannon Box super world. Because it's meant to replicate the shooting gameplay of something like Cuphead. I don't really tend to get tired of 3D World myself. I feel like there are a lot of elements that are underexplored. Like, it's very easy to feel like it's completely mechanically exhausted. You know, if you're primarily fixated on trying to recreate the kind of complexity of mechanisms that you get in the other styles, or even the complexity of the aesthetics. But there's a whole bunch of stuff in 3D World where I feel like the level of game knowledge has tons of room for improvement in terms of elements that people have not played with very much and rules that people don't really know. And yeah, if you burn out on making anything in 3D World for a while, that's very understandable. Yeah, because I remember seeing you playtest some of the stuff in this world before it was actually complete, and I think it's 12 levels in total, right? We're at about the halfway mark. Oh, whoops. Totally missed that. Clearly getting sloppy here. So yeah, likely... Well, we'll see if one of the 4 remaining attempts will be the one, but... I feel like I'm kind of at that point where I've been grinding at it for long enough that I'm actually starting to do a little worse, which does happen sometimes when you stick with something for the long haul. You know, there comes that point where okay. Okay. Star. Their condition. Come on, Charvarg. Get over here. Get over here, Charvarg. Get over here. Okay. Good Charvarg. Who's a good boy? A knockout! See, I told you it was worth the wait. Okay, thank you everybody who's been waiting patiently for sitting through that one. I enjoyed it a lot. Otherwise, I probably would not have stuck with it for such a long session. Only to come within 3 seconds of the record, given that we were a little slow on the finish. But yeah, finally. So anyway, Mr. Laser, thank you for re-signaling your presence because we are going to pull you up with Skip the Queue. Let me just make sure where my buttons are. Such that I can do that. And we'll pull you up in just a moment. Actually, I have to get Warp World open separately. Didn't have it ready. Skip the queue today, but let me just take a minute to do that. So I usually have this set up well in advance. And you have about 10 minutes before you have to go, that's not a problem. If you're okay with the fact that your skip the queue points have been spent. But I'm going to pull you up right now, so. And, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you have to bail out before we're totally finished, that's fine too. And you know where to find me to resubmit. I also quite often We'll do the weekend catch-up stream for anything that we don't finish as well, if it's something that I don't finish. But let me just make sure the list is... Oh, wait. Current. There we go. Make sure the list is in place, and yeah, any regulars that we didn't catch in the past 2 or 3 weeks, we do have a new Discord set up for any kind of scheduling if you want to make sure that long levels are scheduled in, and if you just want to know what the situation is with our viewer level sessions. So yeah, Gooby, it's alright if you don't make it yours. Thanks for warning me. One screen puzzle, yeah, this will be great. Or turtle is used for whacking switches. So yeah, Mr. Laser, if you can't stay for the whole thing, that's fine. I'll still give this a nice chunky playthrough. And we'll hopefully solve it soon. 1.5 on this, which kind of indicates to me that this is the kind of one-screen puzzle that may kill you. Or may have death-related resets. But we'll see how it goes. It depends. I mean, if it's just a really obvious death gate where that's the thing that resets you, not a big deal. But yeah, like you can see that it is kind of an SD lock gate, so it's not like it's killing you with a lot of stuff. Paxman coming in with a party of 5. Let me just give you a quick shout out. Thank you so much, Paxman, for coming in. Hope you enjoyed the stream on your side as well, and also all of the 35 years of Super Mario anniversary business that's been happening, and which seems to cater to our market specifically. Now, let's see. We have a kind of scrolling one-screen puzzle here, where we will have eventually some kind of on-off activation. We have the ability to kick the shell if there's anything that we'll interact with. Yeah, don't want to go up there because we eventually want to launch a shell here, I think, where we have the switches in an off state. We have some kind of shell launch that will hit this trampoline, hit the other trampoline, and then hits the off switch and flick it back to on, and which would then eradicate the upper trampoline. Not going to do that until we have the on-off switch toggled the first time and a shell recovered. So why don't we do the only thing that we can really do right now, which is... I want to kick this over, but it won't do anything for me. I should also think about conveyor and invincibility for the dry bones. But yeah. Looks like, in terms of interactions that we can do right now... Okay, E-switch activation springs you over here. And yeah, it does seem strange, Pac-Man, that they don't have Galaxy 2 in the bundle. Also seems strange that it is a time-limited bundle until March. Always would have made more sense, I think, to put Galaxy 1 and 2 together. But... at the same time, I also think that Galaxy is by far the best game of the 3 in the current set, and it would just be a much less appealing package without it. So it's one of those situations where it's not like they could do without Galaxy 1, but at the same time, it's kind of too bad that they don't have Galaxy 2 with that. Okay, anyway, here's the obvious shell spot, is you just send it sailing down here. But you send it sailing down there... after you have already come up. Like, you basically, it is time sensitive. You kick it and then you go up through here. So that's why there's a low clear rate, because you do have a couple of those SD-like resets. Let's get this. Let's grab another shell. I want to probably put one shell up here. Also, the fact that I get access to infinite shells is interesting. I can save a few extras, and I imagine that that might be something that affects the number of resets as well. Like the fact that you probably have to count up a number of shells that you need to use and grab them and place them all up here at once. And yeah. Alex, the retrospective that they had for Mario at the end actually skipped quite a lot of stuff, so it is kind of curious, though, that you noted that Galaxy 2 wasn't there. Considering just how wonderful Galaxy 2 is, and how Galaxy 2, I think, has one of the most important legacies in this series, which is... whoops. The introduction of really long final stages. Which I love. Like, the first time I saw Grandmaster Galaxy, I thought, this is exactly what I want. And then, whoops, 3D World came along and continued it. Well, 3D Land continued that, 3D World continued that, Odyssey to some extent continued that with the darker side of the moon. But I thought that was one of many great contributions to the series for which Galaxy 2 deserves the fullest credit. And yeah, Loop, are you thinking about a bumper here instead of the one-way panel as a kind of soft gate to make sure items can go through but Mario doesn't? Is that the spot you're talking about? Because that sort of stuck out to me as well. I mean, it looks like it's one of those where over several attempts I have to figure out probably some kind of shell placement. Where, for example, I place this guy over here now. And I grab a bunch of shells and I prepare them. And once I prepare them, then I hit the central trigger. Like, I kind of get the sense that this is the flow we're looking for. Where I set up a whole bunch of stuff. Also want to kick this. Come on, let me kick this. Need to let go of the dash button, maybe that'll help. Go. Now, I haven't really thought very much about how this central... Oh, I see, because the blaster moves over. Yeah, the blaster moves over, so I have a spot to kick another shell down. But let's just set everything up. Kick. Now we send us down and also kick, I think, in order to hit the next on-off switch. Why would we want to do that, though? Unless it gives me a claw range here. Like, let's say this gets me within claw range. No, it doesn't. Think so. Also, toggling the on-off switch again would have the blaster push left to right. I don't know if that's going to be relevant to anything just yet. Also, I am allowed to damage boost through the saw if I have a shell. That's one thing I did not consider, is that I can damage boost through the central segment, such that if I drop this shell, activate the next on-off, I can in fact... Whoops. I can, in fact, get back down. Unless this is not the way. Because right now I want to hit an on-off switch such that I can get to the other side and drop the shell that's by the claws over to the P-switch. I don't know if this is doable. In fact, let me try... Oh, you know what? I can tap it from below if I... Yeah, I can tap it from below. Maybe. Let's see here. No. I was trying to maybe like get around this edge, tap it from this side here, but I don't really see a clean way to do that. Anyway, how to properly prepare a dry bone shell, obtain Koopa Troopa, preheat in the oven to 350 degrees. I think you do have to let it cool. That's the usual method. Anyway, I'm just going to scout over here. Here we have an indication that the P-switch is activated by multiple activations of the on-off switch. That's pretty much what we could have expected from seeing the upper part of the stack. Also, that on-off multiple interactions will get rid of both munchers, I think. But I'm kind of looking at camera range here and despawn range and wondering if that's actually going to behave that way. Looks like this will be a segment where I need to ride a bone shell. Yeah, because I want the P-switch to be activated such that the bone shell drops off the claw. I obtain a bone shell off the claw. I do the invincibility thing, which should... it's not going to drop me through the bumper. It's going to do something else, isn't it? I need to, anyway, crouch and have invincibility going through Final Saw, don't I? Except it looks like it's got an on-off switch on top of it, which is interesting. Anyway, let's restart this. Okay, Mr. Laser, enjoy your teaching. I'll stick with this a little bit longer since you did redeem Skip to Q, so you can look at the VOD afterwards. If we don't finish, I will almost certainly continue on the Saturday stream, which I think should run. I wasn't sure if it was going to run this week, but we'll see about that. Anyway, I know that I'm going to have to prepare this guy. I know that I will have multiple interactions with the on-off switch, which can be done just here, except the muncher is going to block this one after the first interaction. So the muncher blocks that one, so what's the second one that we want? I feel like we definitely want to prepare one up here. And yeah, I missed some of the messages earlier. You were saying, Mr. Laser, before you left, that there's a little jank with the spring and shell. Offset shell on a spring. Oh, this guy. Ah, okay, so I did have the right idea. It's just that... Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's not very clear to me. But also I need to jump out of this safely, just to leave it in a safe location. Okay, because if we have that sorted out, then suddenly some things become much easier to handle. There we go. So that's going to be second interaction. We now need... Ah, yes, no, I see, because the shell is supposed to be pushed by this guy. Yep, I got it. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. It's all about preparing multiple shells. And this was the key that I needed, was to know this positioning. So thank you once again for that clue. Because it's one of those things where I saw it not work and just wrote it off too early, even though it's the thing that's supposed to happen very clearly. Okay, there we go. I have to prepare the next shell on this location, because when the on-off is activated, blaster slides, the shell falls down. And then the blaster slides back over and pushes the shell onto that interaction there. Okay, great. Eventually, something is going to hit the P-switch and hit this guy here. How many activations for the P-switch? 1, 2, 3, 4. So, bottom level is switch number 1. Top left is switch number 2. This guy is switch number 3. But P-switch needs to happen before this guy. So that's got to be switch number 5, technically. So what is my switch number 4? Whoops. Let's just fire this out first of all, and then we'll see, because I need damage boosted through here. Okay. Ah, P-switch is 1 level away, and we need 1 additional on-off interaction. And it's not going to be the thing up top, because P-switch has to take priority to that. and yeah, Loop and Snoop, I kind of agree that like it's got a lot of the concepts down pretty well. In terms of, you know, having that fundamental framework of the puzzle logic, a lot of it is some of the polish, because I can find already that there's going to be a very satisfying solution to map out just based on the fact that we have an unlimited supply, basically unlimited supply of bone shells, and that it is all about inching your way towards the ideal setup, where you kind of prepare everything and hit the mechanism. But yeah, it's just little stuff like the, you know, trampoline jank on this interaction and such. Like, that's the kind of thing that can be cleaned up, for sure. And that's the kind of thing that gets cleaned up with playtesting, right? So. Okay, we've got to prepare this guy. And so I'm currently missing one, whoops, essential switch activation. Actually, there's a very natural candidate for it, which is just to punch a second shell down this way. Except the Muncher is blocking, so I can't do that. Never mind. So the Muncher is blocking that one. This, however, looks doable twice. That you can, in fact, have a double hit on this one, maybe, if we're careful about placement. Maybe. No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. That's not going to be it. So, we have 4 switch activations set up. This is going to be post P-switch. And yeah, I like this. I haven't seen many, you know, do the whole setup and hit the trigger ideas before, and it's clearly what this is going for, and I really do appreciate that. But we have to figure out this central problem here, which is, what is our last hit going to come from? We have hit number 1 here. We have hit number 2 instantly on this guy. So hit number 1 is going to set it to off. Hit number 2 sets it to on. That sends this guy over to the right, sets it to off. Now, where is the last one going to come from? That's the question. And moreover, do I need to be on the top side? Okay, it's going to set the switch to off, but because the 4th switch hits off, what we can do is we can come up here and drop an additional shell on this guy here. Like, this is something that is... No, it's not reusable because the trampoline gets destroyed. So, okay, never mind. This is not reusable. Switch number 1 on the bottom is not reusable because of the Muncher. Switch number 2 is not reusable because the trampoline gets taken out. Switch number 3 is reusable, but not starting from the off state, as far as I can tell. Like, we would, for instance... Let me have an accessible shell up here. Whoops. Kick this. Oh, whoops. Wanted to get up top. Okay, then you have the same kind of blue switch problem that you had before, where it renders the middle switch inaccessible. Is there a 4th switch that can be hit here? That's the question. Yes, because we can drop a shell here. If I can somehow sneak a shell onto this side, well, but it looks like we want that shell, though. Like, I thought the idea would be that you can have a shell drop into this here, and it's going to spring up towards the on-off switch that is under the saw blade. That's also going to eradicate this Muncher here. But I was thinking that like we would need to use this shell for it, so we're missing one switch still. Because this is gated by P, and the other one is also gated by P. And yeah, Loop and Snoop, it is spread out in such a way that I actually think that, you know, if you were to set it up such that you wanted everything to have a bit more scroll protection to it, then you would just have an entry door, right? And you would spawn in with a scroll lock on a boundary and still have the infinite shell spawn happen some other way. In that, you know, you have a little bit of room for horizontal compression. Maybe I feel like you don't really have any room for compression on something like the belt mechanic. But also that a lot of this is designed around how far do the shells actually get projected from the trampoline. But yeah, I can kind of see already that, like, if you were thinking about just sort of not dealing with this space here by spawning into a puzzle room directly, then that potentially allows you to avoid some, you know, spawn-related issues. Not that I've encountered anything spawn-related so far. Let's see this. This is going to be... So we're missing one piece to the setup, and I can't see what it is. It's going to be that guy. It's going to be this guy here. It's going to be this guy here. Oh, whoops. And... yeah, I'm just thinking about how this might be potentially cleaned up as well, like this spot here. Because the fact that you can't hug the pipe is one of those things that's not intuitive, but we already talked about that. Now, if I am myself riding this down, no, semi-solid keeps me up on the top layer, so... So yeah, we are down by one switch activation. And it may be... like, it's not going to be a shell drop on the other side until we find some way to activate a P-switch. So we're missing something. I wonder if it is... let's see, 1, 2, 3... It's kind of curious that both of these are released by the P-switch. That the P-switch would hit the on-off switch and drop that shell down there. I feel like maybe I'm supposed to hit this one manually. There's a way to do it. But I don't think there is, but without access to the trampoline. And I feel like the general shape of the puzzle is trying to encourage me to have everything be automatically triggered. So that's the part that I just don't see so far. And, yeah, Grokowski, I don't know about, I guess M. Rixton's puzzles. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any of those before, so thank you for the suggestion on that much earlier. I know I'm a couple minutes behind some of the messages, but that's because I was skimming over them while solving this. So, this guy's going to come up. Trampoline's not going to be reusable, and that's a major obstacle. Switch number 3, whoops. Switch number 3 is going to hit. I don't want to be up on the upper level, do I? Because that would be off state. Off state does what for me? It allows me to actually send another shell up here and tap it with my head. We're going to do it that way. Yeah. We're going to do it that way. I'm going to reuse this switch manually. Because when it's set to off and when the trampoline has been destroyed, I can bump a shell with my head up there to unlock myself, come back down, P-switch will be activated, shell on the left side... Oh, there is a problem with that, actually. There's a problem with that. In that, if I'm setting this guy up here, as soon as I hit the P-switch, and so the P-switch, as you can see, is below a blue block. That means that a P-switch is going to be hitting a switch that goes from off to on. As soon as you do that, this guy fires, changes it back to off. So if we're gated up here, like if we try to hit a switch manually, we'll be locked up here. So that's not going to work either. And yeah, you can definitely tell that part of the clear rate issue that you were talking about, Loop and Snoop, is that the timer is on 300. This is a level that should unambiguously be on 500. But I think sometimes, you know, creators of something on a one-screen scale especially can tend to overlook that. Simply because, you know, the flow through the puzzle when you know the solution can feel extremely quick. And so it's very easy to just underestimate puzzle solving time, and especially when I'm talking through a puzzle like this. But yeah, it should unambiguously be on 500, I think. I do agree with that. Okay, send us down. This guy goes here. Which piece are we missing? Let me see if my idea for hitting that switch actually even works in the first place, because if it does, then maybe I'm not so concerned about this guy after all. Like, maybe I need to deliberately not have this. Which seems strange, but it might be the approach, so. I'm gonna do all of this. It should trap me up above in the off state. Come on, fire. Okay, I'm up here in the off state. Now let's try this. I need to not end up above the one-way panel. This is going to be tricky. Oh, it's not going to go high enough anyway. Okay, never mind then. That doesn't work. Yeah, I was hoping that that would take a shell over here. But well, we can see if there's a way to smuggle a shell over to the right without activating the P-switch first. Maybe that's the idea that we're looking for, is that we want to go to the right and then somehow survive with a shell there. And so, for instance, let's say, and I actually don't know the interaction here, but let's say I drop this. What I'm thinking is, what if I am down in this position while this flips back and forth? Does that actually push me through the bumper down below, or what happens when I'm in this state and I'm inside and on-off? Like, that's something I actually don't know as a sort of game knowledge question. You beat the level? Okay, great. Congratulations. Okay. So, you were right. Oh, you mean what you were saying earlier, but you can get hit and grab to dry bones shell while you have iframes to bring in extra shell for the bumper drop. Okay, okay. You think the smuggle is actually needed? Yeah. Yeah, because I'm thinking, like, that's the only shell that's even accessible to me at this point. Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. You take a hit, you lose the first shell, you hop into a second shell immediately, and you make your way across. Yeah, that's actually much more elegant than what I had in mind. Much, much more elegant. Like, you prepare a shell here. Or, well, I mean, no, you just hit everything first. Then you set up over here. Set up over here. Take damage, run back, grab the other shell. And drop. Yeah. That's absolutely right. Okay. And then I guess we just peel our way through. Okay. Yeah, yeah. That was the only insight that we really needed, so. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Laser, when you do come back to watch the ending. But yeah, I think we went over most of what we needed to with that puzzle. I do generally like the idea of having all those swaps like that. I don't think at the end I was really paying that much attention to seeing what that final on-off switch up top was doing. I guess it was getting rid of the muncher for us, because that's the one thing we need to do after the P-switch activates, is kill the second muncher in the stack in the final gate. And so, yeah, when you understand the structure of the level, it comes together fairly quickly. Given the presence of the one-way panel in the middle, that prevents any despawning issues from running back and forth. So I'm not too concerned about the width, except I think you're quite right with the readability of this. Like, if you look at the preview screen, for instance, you can see that the screen does in fact take place in one screen, and that if you wanted to, you know, skip the arrow zone at the beginning, or even just build everything to the left, I can just have that little bit of extra compression there such that the camera lock would show you more stuff at once. That's, you know, kind of closer to puzzle best practice, but I'm not too concerned about that because I think the spacing is mostly laid out to make sure the shell and trampoline interactions all make contact. So, yeah, that was just a central insight we needed, you know, reclaiming the second shell. But yeah, neat idea. Anyway, I did say that we were going to grab a sub next, because that was where we were in the queue. So sit tight if you are waiting in the next queue. We only currently have Grikowski and Loop in the subs, so we'll be able to get through everybody fairly quickly, I think. Depending on what kind of mad puzzle extravaganza we've gotten from Grikowski this time. So we got CT9, 59, HMQF. Let me just check up on the chat messages here, because I know I missed a whole bunch of things while I was reading. And yeah, there was some talk earlier about the sort of quality of the 3D Mario ports. As I was saying, you know, much earlier in the stream, it's the thing that strikes me as the strangest about that is that the improvements to the DS version of Mario 64 just seem to have dropped out completely. There was some talk, of course, about the puzzle design. I totally missed acknowledging T. Nicky's submission earlier of 3-1, so thank you for that, and also for the follow. And yeah, Paxman, of course, reminding everybody of September, when subscriptions on Twitch are half off. I think that's pretty much everything other than the puzzle design itself that we were talking about. So, yeah, Alex is, we're going through subs, and you'll be next right after this. So, we have another one screen. This one has a higher clear percentage of about 12%. And then yeah, Alex, you will be next immediately after this. Sorry, we just have a an unusually high number of things like skips and so on. I know you've been waiting very patiently for a while. One screen technically, says Grakowski, but technically it's 2 screens, but the puzzle portion is on 1 screen. Okay, I see. Well, yeah. Like we were saying earlier, gives you a lot more camera control if you spawn into the puzzle. Unless you're telling me that this is also 2 screens, but it looks like the doors may be matched. So, we know that mushrooms, they are consumed on tracks, and when they are consumed on tracks, they do not respawn. And so, we've got some on-off navigation to do here. Oh, okay. And they're also conditional. Something I wasn't paying much attention to. But which would allow you to fly or whip the switch down there. Yeah, it would allow you to use a tail whip. But you would want to use a tail whip here. And then you would... Ah, yes, because we want to think about these power-up locations as spawn blocks, don't we? So... yeah, there we go. So we unblocked both of those. We have POW coming to the left in this location. We have Mushroom, Muncher. Obviously hitting the POW is required for the Muncher, except we can just blow it up like this. And what else can we do? Oh yes. If I come through here, with everything spawning like that, then we have the opportunity to do what? We can respawn. That blocks everything, okay. We knew that. Okay, so when we unblock everything, feels like there's a bit of a margin before objects spawn, such that we can kind of spawn them on either side. Whoops, lost a leaf. Now, leaf, I believe, was conditional on a track, so we won't be able to reclaim it. Let's just start over. And yeah, Lupin Snoop, thank you for letting me know that you're stepping out for a bit. You'll beat us up next. That's after Alex, so hopefully you'll be present for that. Okay, we know that the other mushroom is conditional. I don't know about this one, actually, if it is leaf. So if it is, that might change some things. Let's tap this. It is a flower. That's interesting, because the flower would be our ultimate goal, given that it gives you ice. Now, here's the other thing that's interesting. That if we have access to a mushroom from the blaster, we have access to both kinds of conditional power-ups, and we know we'll need them both, because the tail whip gives you access to this switch. Flower gives you access to the main area. So the idea behind it here is there a way that I can get the central mushroom as my first power-up? And let's just navigate this a bit. Yeah, reach the goal as Fire Mario. It's baked into the clear condition anyway. We need to come out here with fire. We know that, therefore, this power-up cannot be consumed. This one probably not either, because we'll need a leaf. So instead we come straight through here. We spawn that mushroom, and then we can let go of it using the other on-off switch, but then we have a slight problem here, which is what we do with this blaster. This will take a moment to think about. Could also be that we just don't necessarily want the leaf just yet. Okay. So we need to think about what the final shape of the solution will be like. The final shape of the solution will be to have access to the conditional power-up, which is going to be the leaf that is currently buried, and which is on the track. We know that in order to do that, we need to finish with spawning into a door while it is in the off state. We also need to know that we also know that we need to have a way back to the main room. Which means that to have a way back to the main room, we need to be able to come down here to one-way panel, grab the POW, and drop the POW such that we can get back through the initial door. This implies that we need some way to unlock access to the POW block and the mushroom while either killing the blaster or while wrapping around the appropriate side of the level. So for example, we grab the POW like this. We go really quickly, grab the mushroom, and now we flow through the whole thing. Such that the next thing we do is use the Tanuki leaf in order to change the on-off state. Probably also have a POW block ready. Yeah, so that's correct. Wait, hang on. Let's change the on-off state. Spawn back in. Grab the leaf. Everything should be fine from here. We need to then change the on-off state once again so we can grab a POW block on this side. So we just need to get in here, run right immediately to beat the spawn. There we go. That was just a central insight, is to control the spawning direction on the objects. We then spawn mushroom on the left side, do we? No. What I need to do is I need to make sure that I can come in here with an on state, and that's fine. Because I think I'll actually need the POW block initially to get out first and then come back in. So this is going to spawn the Muncher and the blasters. This is going to spawn no Muncher. We actually want no Muncher because that will allow me to release this switch here. Yeah, no, I'm overthinking it. We can just do it this way. Oh, I killed it with the Tanuki leaf. That's embarrassing. Reset. Yeah, let's just redo it. Yeah, that's what happens when you have a habit of just dashing all the time. Sometimes the initial wind up on a power-up messes everything up. So, that's okay, we have the solution. Let's just head back over, grab the POW, next obtain the mushroom. We have it all mapped out. Next, come back here for the leaf. You didn't know the tail could destroy a fire flower? Yeah, that seemed to be a pretty odd interaction. I think what was going on there, because usually it would just raise the fire flower, right? But because you were whipping it off the track when it was overlapping the ground block, I think that's what was going on. That I whipped it off the track, but then it detected a collision with ground, And Fire Flower plus ground just killed the Fire Flower. I believe that's what's going on there. It's the only explanation that would make sense, I think, because, yeah, normally you would just whip it off the track, and if it's stationary, you would just whip the Fire Flower or any other power-up upwards. And that's what I would expect to happen. We're going to come back here, we're going to grab the POW. Okay. Then going to come back here. No, we want on. Set this down. Okay, let's be very, very careful this time. There we go. And that's all there is to it. GG. Yeah, really nice puzzle. It was just that central insight of moving fast enough to manipulate the blaster direction, and of course just understanding what the conditional power-ups were, which is really just a level reading obstacle that you can just do in the initial pass. And then, Alex, you want to see your last new level? Yes, we'll bring that up. For the GGs. And yeah, Loop and Snoop, Alex was first anyway, so. Enjoy pumping some iron. And Alex, I saw that you have a new world upload as well, unless it's just a re-upload of something we've done, but that's something we can discuss for a future stream, perhaps. Anyway, up into Cannon Castle. Very new upload time on this, so you must have just clear checked it, and thank you as always for offering me first clear. It also means I have no idea what the difficulty will be like, but it is all about timing jump, so let's fight for glory. Okay. That was clearly the sequence that I did want. In fact, I'm slightly outpacing the camera a bit. I see, okay. Yeah, as pure platforming experience goes so far. So pretty well. Whoa, low gravity. Low gravity, okay. We'll just need to play around the fact that it is low gravity. Means that all of my intuitions for how Mario works will be thrown off. And I'll just have to deal with it. And no, we probably want the second stack there. And hey, Gazonblen, or I think I read that correctly, Gazonblen or Gazonblen. I sometimes can't read the L's and I's. Thank you for coming by. Welcome to the stream. Queue is still open if you do have submissions for me, but if you just want to hang out, that's fine too. Oh, we should actually grab the mushroom. Yeah, Alex, I remember noting this with one of your levels before. It was probably something like the Mecha Koopa boss rush, that sometimes when I'm spawning out of a pipe that's also giving me a power-up, I am very likely to miss the power-up. But I guess normally, I think that's just because, you know, you need to get a little bit of distance from the pipe before anything spawns. So by that point, people are already moving, already thinking about going forward. Yeah, let's not try to do that on first bounce. I do need to build some momentum. Yeah, I feel like second bounce, if we were quick about it, would have gotten me over, so let's do it. And Izagazon, I will play anything, really. It depends on what you mean by a hard level. I'm willing to give anything a try. If you're thinking in terms of something really hard as being like a tight kind of corner precision check, where I just have to, you know, dodge spike hitboxes all the time, and you spent 6 hours clear checking it, that might not be the best idea, but I have played some of those before. But speedrun, yeah, that's probably fine. We've done lots of those around here. And if it's too hard for me, that's alright. Like, I still like appreciating the level design in things that I'm not able to finish, and so if you just want to see it played, would love to see what you have in store, so. We are alternating between next and sub next, but currently I believe Loop and Snoop is the only sub in the queue, so should be a fairly efficient queue from this point, even though we had a lot of lengthy stuff earlier on. Yeah, that's not gonna go. Have to wrap around that guy and wait for the next spawn. But yeah, thank you for Hot Sand. Okay. Nope, next cycle. Yeah, I need a shorter bounce off the first one so we have enough horizontal spacing for the second cannonball, the lower cannonball in that 2-stack. Or we can just do things efficiently like that, which then manipulates all of the timing, which itself might not be the best idea. Actually, no, the timing is based on camera, isn't it? So, or with cannons. But cannons always have to remember what the rule is going to be when it comes to their firing timing, but I believe that synchronization there was partly just my problem. Whoops. Okay, nice little relaxed reset point down low. Not that it's helping me here. Low gravity gives me the possibility to wait out the cannon shoot. Okay. Loop and Snoop is back. Yeah, I hope you had a good time with Ring Fit Adventure. And, okay. Or whatever it was. I actually have not had the opportunity to try Ring Fit Adventure, but you know, some people really swear by it. Do I like 3D World style? Yes, I do. 3D World is perfectly fine here. I mean, if somebody just has a rule against 3D World as a style or just doesn't enjoy 3D World in general, I think they're maybe not really open-minded enough about the possibilities in this game. Like, 3D World is fantastic if you have levels that make it fantastic. That was a nice bounce earlier. I completely squandered it, but yeah, you can definitely tell that there are a lot of relatively experienced Maker 2 streamers who, you know, will say things like, oh, I don't play 3D World, or I don't like 3D World. And the thing is, if they go in with that attitude, like, of course their game knowledge of 3D World is always going to be a little too scarce to really enjoy what you can do with the mechanics in that style. But I generally think that 3D World is underexplored when it comes to the things that you can create in it, so. Yeah, are you okay with SMP3 levels? Yeah, I mean, that's... It's like, I don't know. I don't really like being able to hold POW blocks but not throw them upwards. Or... you know, things like that, but... I mean, 3D World, I think asking about it is a little more defensible, just given that it is mechanically so different. But at the same time, you know, an interesting design is an interesting design. Am I okay with Mario Maker levels? I'm not really sure I'm okay with Mario Maker levels, to be honest. But okay, this is a nice pattern. We've got a nice sequence going. Great. That felt really good, actually. Considering that we were having some trouble with it earlier. Like, it's one of those situations where you can suddenly see that you're doing it right. Anyway, this is very clearly what's going on here. It's just going to be a sequence of high jumps. If this guy would kindly take me back to the center. And yeah. Yeah, we just got a particularly bad pattern there, I think, when it comes to how much horizontal distance I can cover. Oh, that guy was maybe a little bit blind. Yeah. That's okay, we can reset from this point. Hit a reset door, very kind of you. Yeah, some of them are packed a little close, such that I am at risk of hitting my head a bit, but given that it's low gravity, I actually have a lot of room to move here. So I was actually underestimating how much ground I can cover horizontally. Oh. Yeah, that was just too low, and I was just about at the end. Okay, so let's fall back down, reset. It's a nice sequence. It's a little bit longish, but I think that the low gravity actually does work to its advantage here. Yeah, am I comfortable with levels that require jumping? No, Captain Toad or bust. I better see that can't land clear condition in there, or we're not going to give you any place. No, that would be maybe kind of unfortunate, and it's sort of interesting that that's rarely how I see the don't land clear condition being used anyway. That, you know, the first time people saw it, I think a lot of people were thinking about, you know, don't jump mechanics like all the levels that tried to be Captain Toad levels back in Mario Maker 1, using the amiibo costume. And I really think that's kind of a minority of the designs that you see using that. I really don't see it that often. Whoops. Okay, we're gonna have to play around as Zappa Koopa. Yeah, I found a really nice pattern earlier, but yeah, one issue here, of course, is I just don't have a very good intuition for low gravity mechanics. So I'm not gauging distances very well in terms of what is safe, what kind of jumps I can make, etc. Also when I need the charge jump and when I don't. Okay. Just do a normal jump over here, don't need to charge this one up. Yeah, you can just jump up to be safe. Oop. And yeah, it's just a bit of a long cycle here when you do miss. I mean, obviously I can cover a lot of ground horizontally, and more than I think I can, but not when they are totally on opposite sides. Whoops. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I have this one fellow who's been submitting me some Link levels. I don't think he's here today, but there was somebody who was submitting me Link levels recently where he has a standard version and a don't jump version, and the don't jump versions are actually surprisingly good. In that the standard versions just train you on the mechanics and give you all the tools that you need, but you can kind of tell that they were levels designed around don't jump as the main mode. We do need a reset here. I can also do it without SMB2. Yeah, I noticed that when I was at the top, or near the top. First time. Yeah, I guess I don't actually need the high jump. Because it's low gravity, and I just totally didn't account for that, so... Okay, sure, why don't we just do things the easy way for once in our lives? We can totally high jump up to that Wiggler, though. And we'll grab this guy. Here we go. Okay, looks like it's a kind of a bossy segment, but one where we can't... this... Oh, whoops. Nope, can't do that. Can't lose the shell, I guess, is the idea here. You can jump out of the shell and fall back into it, but you really cannot lose the shell. Or you can, but while you're still a Super Mario, you would need to land back into it, so your head is above the one-way panel. It's not survival, it's hit Boom Boom from the bottom. I just didn't see it the first time. It's very clearly hit Boom Boom from the bottom. Okay. I was going to check that next, but... And yeah, I know I can jump on the Wendy projectiles. Or... The burners are kind of throwing me off, though, but... Yeah, it's actually remarkable just how much power the Dry Bones shell gives you when it comes to countering projectiles. It took me a long time to realize that even standard things like Piranha Plant shots interacted with that, but of course, that's one thing I had seen before in some of the Alex puzzle levels, so... Really have no excuse for not knowing that. Whoops. Okay, so here's part of the issue, is that if I scroll the camera up, hit Boom Boom, because I'm jumping out of the shell, I'm going to be falling back into the shell pretty much straight. When I fall back into the shell, the camera doesn't really give me enough information to know where the burners are. So that's one small concern. So watch how it's going to scroll here. I'm going to go up, I'm going to hit Boom Boom. Notice that, oh, I can just barely see the burners when they are up. But if the burners are not active, I can't actually see their position. So that's my only concern here when it comes to falling back down. I actually don't know on any given attempt if I am going to fall safely. It's 12:20 a.m. for you here? Okay. I hope we're able to get to yours soon enough rather, for you to stick around then. But yeah, I guess aiming for the Wendy projectiles with the drop... Oh, we have the key. We have the key. And no shell. And going to have a bit of an aesthetic finish. And no shell here. Although we wouldn't have wanted it anyway, because I do not want to ride up with SMB2. Oh wow, that was a twirling job. Oh, I see. That's... Okay, no. I need to ride the bullet. But I was thinking if I can't really keep the shell, because if I had the shell, that would just kill the bullet, so that would not be it. So yeah, it's just magic bullet ride. And Grakowski, you have to head out. Yeah, glad to see you here again, and thank you for the puzzles today. Hopefully we will be able to get a chance to take a look at that bigger escape room you were telling me about. And so, let's ride this guy. You're telling me no need to ride it. Oh, whoops. Lost SMB2. And, yeah. I'm probably dead without it, given the jump arc there, but let's see. No, I know I don't need to ride it all the way. I can just ride the one that shoots out of this side. I know that. But I do need to get on top of the one that shoots out of here on the bottom left. Like, I don't need to loop the first one all the way around. But I do need to grab the next one. And the margin here is not going to be too tight. It's fine. And I want a bomb to be available. So let's spawn one through the pipe if I can. Drop one on this side. And drop that. On-off switch also destroyed the bullet blaster. So no more red blasters to ride for us. Okay, we've got a bit of a boss segment, whoops, that we're scrolling into. Okay, let's be a bit more careful this time. It was a really weird music start. Oh, you mean when the wart music was triggered? I wasn't paying too much attention to that. Let's see that one more time. When we get back in there. I think I just assumed that it was bound to the boss, unless it was when you were passing a certain scrolling boundary. But we'll take a look at that. Okay. Be very stylish about this and pick it up in midair. Ah, I see, because the boss just sort of... Yeah, music comes out immediately. I do see that we have mushrooms being dispensed on the left side, so if we get hit, I just need to jump on cannonballs to make it across. So, let's see what I'm supposed to do here. I need to... do what? Probably pick up a cannonball in a safe location. Whoops. And toss it up at him. And hit him with cannonballs that are thrown sideways. I think I know where I want to do that. That's my assumption here, is pick up cannonballs, land safely out of the pickup, get to a high location, and just chuck a few balls at him. Oops. Speaking over at chat, just got hit in the face in the meantime. Okay. Down here. Yeah, Alex, I know I've done a couple of patterns like that before with picking up cannonballs. Of course, the thing to account for is the little bit of lag time on actually doing the pickup. But we'll do that. It's not a big deal. But I've seen enough of the room that I think I understand the fight now, which is important. I was hoping to do it from this location, but I think the collision there prevents you from doing so. Whoops. Okay, let's grab mushroom. And yeah, it's that intersection location right around here. But I need to figure out which one I want to pick up. Probably this one. Oh, no, I just needed to stay on. That was correct. I just over-adjusted coming out of that. And yeah, really. Let's just let that guy go. Whoops. But yeah, this is nice. I think I've got a lot of catching up to do with your levels because, I mean, there were a string of different super worlds that you were sending me, Alex, but that was a while ago. I definitely haven't seen a lot of these newer ones. And of course I did see that you have a new 8-course world. I don't know if that was just a re-upload of something I'd seen previously, or something that was newly stitched together. But I did see that there was a September date on it, so maybe it's something very recent. Okay, might as well ride this over. I do want to get on one of the flying platforms, I think. Oh. And once we get on it, I will hopefully ride it out safely. Oh no, okay, I actually do need to hit him more directly, I think. I don't know why I assumed that was just going to be a sideways throw. I've played enough of these SMB2 levels that I should know better than that. Okay. So, depending on what the... Whoops. What's wrong? Depending on what the situation is with how many people are still on and queued, I will likely be closing the queue after this level. So this will pretty much be last call for anybody who wants to submit who is not already in. But we'll see. I think that will probably be a good time to close off submissions. Let's the bombs have their own little party. Oh no! Oh, I was going to do something really stylish there. That's okay. We have more SMB mushrooms, SMB2 mushrooms, awaiting us on the other side. No, I was trying to drop off the bullet and then grab the bomb when I landed on it, but it was too stylish for my own good. Trying to get a little too fancy. Okay, that's gonna be good position. Okay, that's gonna be a hit. I actually do like the cat's paw effect on the hit here. I know that some people, you know, they do it too much on bosses, such that, you know, you're spamming fireballs and it's just constantly slapping the boss in the face, but here I actually like the responsiveness of seeing a very clear visual indication that the hit was successful. Because the way that you're standing and the way that you're throwing the ball, the collision can be something potentially unclear, so every little clue helps. How many levels are in the queue? Let me pull up the list. So that's of course assuming that people are online to see that. Some of them may have dropped out. Loop and Snoop will be first in the current queue because I'm going to pull up a sub after this level, but then we'll go straight down the list after that. So, and we'll be skipping the people who are not present. How did the rest of the puzzle go? Welcome back from your class. It went fine. We cleared it. There was one thing that I was stuck on for a while, which was smuggling the dry bones shell across the saw, but I mean, that was actually fairly obvious now that I think about it, having seen the solution. So, yeah, Mr. Laser, that worked out quite well. You can scroll back to the VOD for some of my comments on that. And as I was just saying, queue is not shut yet if you have anything else, but it will be shut quite soon, probably by the end of this level. But yeah, I mean, in general, I quite like the idea of having a setup-based puzzle. I think there were definitely some things that we were talking about with the design where it could have been tidied up a little bit around the edges, but a sort of setup-based puzzle where you know, just kind of put your mechanism together and then you hit the activation. Like, I generally find those to be quite satisfying. And we don't see a lot of use of the respawning property of things like the bone shell. And by extension, things like the fuzzy and spiny hats. But certainly the bone shell, because it just has so much versatility as an item. But yeah, thank you again for submitting that. Hope that the class went well. The teaching duties have been good to you in the meantime. Particularly with, you know, depending on your area, I don't know what the school resumption situation has been like. But that... a lot of people are understandably tense about that in places that seem to be reopening too early. Particularly if you're on staff and are actually kind of having a lot of exposure as an adult. So. Okay. Let's just make it over. Nope, let's bounce back. Grab more SMP2. Try that again. Pays to be cautious here, I think. Nope. Wrong side. And hey, Merlin, yeah, you're going to just head off instead of submitting. That's fine. I should be watching the level and not just reading chat all the time, but I am indeed enjoying a lot of these levels. Yeah. Lupin Snoop, if the puzzles, like the puzzle analysis that you're talking about is on your YouTube, I would not have checked in on that yet, because I only heard about your YouTube channel probably last week when you were telling me that you would be putting up one of your most recent creations there as a walkthrough, but yeah, if you link that in the Discord, that would be a little more of an accessible place for it, so I don't have to dig through the chat afterwards. Because I'd certainly be interested in looking at that as well. So. Okay. I no longer have SMP2, and that's fine, because I can still kick the bomb. So it's nice to have a little bit of flexibility with that. Yeah, the thing, Mr. Laser, that you'll find out very quickly about Loop and Snoop, and I don't know if you've submitted to Loop's stream before, but that's... Loop and Snoop has a very clear idea of what to do to make a puzzle that is like 100% focused on being a puzzle. So, you know, for something that's more execution-oriented, like puzzle platformers and such, that's not going to be quite the same thing. That's going to have a sort of different set of principles attached to it, but if you're interested in making puzzles that are just laser-focused, Mr. Laser-focused, on being, you know, first and foremost about the activity of solving, then that's likely to be a decent source to consult. So, obviously, you know, people will have a lot of different opinions about how to approach things like puzzle logic, and what kind of tolerance they have for things that are kind of outside the central puzzle interaction. And, like, you'll see a lot of design diversity there when it comes to what things you do in a puzzle level that are not just solving the puzzle. But yeah, there's definitely, with one screens in particular, there's a very well-established dialogue, I should say, on, you know, how to make them really, really focused. And like I was saying, the puzzle logic element of the bone shell puzzle I thought was very, very good. That was quite satisfying. But it's more if you're interested in, you know, some things to do with how things get polished off with playtesting, etc., and what kind of things tend to work for puzzle players specifically. I think that's a discussion worth having. I mean, I've seen all kinds of puzzles lately. I've been doing more and more escape rooms, actually, lately, that are much less about Mario and mechanics and much more about deciphering clues. and like they kind of follow their own rulebook, but the thing that I think makes puzzle levels work so well in the context of Mario Maker is that we do have a shared language for the mechanics, that we all have access to the editor, we can all pick out specific rules and test them. We can also develop a knowledge base that takes place over doing many different kinds of levels, including puzzle levels. And the thing that makes puzzles work as a genre in this game in a way that they wouldn't necessarily work in things like ROM hacks is that we all know we're on the same playing field when it comes to being able to take that mechanical knowledge from one level to the next. And I think that's part of what makes Mario Maker such a canvas for puzzle solving that has so much potential to it, that you can actually become a better puzzle player and a better puzzle designer with practice doing both things, like both the making part and the solving part. That, you know, working on one of those actually does feed in quite a bit to the other. And it's funny that I'm kind of talking about this because I haven't really made just a pure puzzle level on my end either. I just tend to play a lot of them. I mean, I'd like to do it at some point, but and I have a couple of ideas put together, but it's one of those things where, you know, you do have to have a lot of trial and error to find something that actually works as a puzzle mechanic that's not only interesting and surprising from a maker's perspective, but also something that is still clear enough to be solvable for the player. Because it's really difficult to find that balance, where it's original enough that the player has to learn something, but also fair enough that the player can figure out that new thing. Because, you know, you only have so many different mechanics that you're going to play with here, right? Whoops. That's going to be a fail. And, Lupus and Soup, I don't know if this is something that Alex is designing with a world in mind, but Alex tends to do, like, really ambitious world sequences where sometimes a lot of singleton levels, like, they kind of are these massive epics that kind of make sense as a story context. But, you know, we've had the discussion before about having a different tolerance for level scale and length. I'm okay with it. I do think that, you know, if you want something that's very focused on one concept, definitely low gravity is different from what's going on here. But I really don't mind it. But, okay, let's do a nice safe pickup. I mean, I'm also spending much longer on this boss than I really should be. I'm just being sloppy on it. And it's very clear what to do, very clear how to hit him 3 times, and it doesn't even escalate between those hits. It's just a lot of inaccuracy on my side. Oh, this one I think makes perfect sense at a singleton. I don't mind it at a singleton. I think it's definitely kind of a multi-part sort of singleton. I don't know if it is a world level, but it is something that, like, it's obviously not one concept, but it's more of a multi-part adventure. I guess I'm a little more sympathetic to that because, you know, when I was... like, my earliest stuff in Maker 2 is kind of like that as well, where, you know, early on, before we had sort of settled into a bit of a meta where people wanted levels to have one very clear idea, it seemed like in general we were seeing, not just from me, not just from Alex, but from a lot of people, like a lot of ideas like this that were really about packing in an adventure that had a couple of different components to it and didn't necessarily have one central mechanic. But I think from a viewer level perspective, given that we're usually doing things with a little less time on the clock and you know, seeing a lot of different levels at once that, you know, we've become very accustomed to the idea of levels having one concept that they really commit to, and often that's something that will make that concept better because there's a great deal of concentration on it. But I really don't mind seeing multi-part adventures either. I think they've actually become much less common. Like, I don't see many levels that do that. But then it might just be a function of who is submitting to me, as opposed to submitting elsewhere. Whoops. Okay, we really need to clean this up. And again, like, I'm making this much longer than I have to be just from precision. Like, I should have beaten this a while ago. Okay. Because this is not that hard, I'm just being a little bit sloppy. So yeah, we need to do the pickup when two cannonballs are about to merge together. About to merge. So here's a hit. Let's focus on this, really focus. Here's second hit. And here's the third hit. Nope, that's not the third hit. Let's come back here safely. There is always a bit of a mental adjustment when you get knocked out of the SMB2 mushroom and have to think about bounces again rather than standing on things. Like, it is something that can catch you by surprise if you're not careful. And my previous attempts were definitely not careful. Okay, we kind of missed a cycle I wanted in order to get that one. Yeah, the platforms do go rather wide. Like, I think the flying platforms take a while to get back into position when you do miss. But that just happened. I don't think the height of the lifts is too much of an issue. I do think that they have a very long cycle side to side. And yeah, I mean, Alex, that's not the first time you've seen me do that. You know how it goes around here. When we choke, we really choke. Yeah, that's going to hit me on the head once again. Yeah, that's very true, that I have to play very reactively to the projectiles rather than having the opportunity to lead them, because there aren't many places I can stand to lead them, especially when I'm primarily focused on doing the cannonball grab. Like, most of my spacing is about planning how to do a cannonball grab. I do like that occasionally you do have to use the whole room, though, in order to fight him. That, you know, he's not going to come and chase you. You really do need to get into a position that works. I mean, I really do enjoy this fight. I think I've been playing it poorly, but that's very much on me. One thing that this fight does quite well is that there is an element of risk involved in regaining the power-ups. I mean, I like having power-up spawns in a boss fight, but I like having power-up spawns that you have to work for, so they're not completely spammy. And this one does make you do that sort of minimal amount of work to recover your position. So you can kind of tell if you are ahead or behind or, you know, safe at any given point. And I find that generally to be a good solution to tuning boss difficulty. Anyway, let's get out of here. Okay. And oh, I totally didn't check the upper segment. There was an invisible block on wings up there. Don't know what that was. Now we'll never find out. Anyway. Thank you for that, Alex. And thank you once again for offering me a half-hour first clear. Yeah, that took much longer than it should have, and a lot of that was really my problem, much more than it was the level's problem. But there was a lot that could go wrong, I think. Just a lot of factors like that. I do think there's a certain degree of concentration on, you know, SMB2 being the central concept past a certain point. That once you got to a point in the level, like from CP1 or so, then it felt like it was one very coherent project. But yeah, no, I don't mind a big adventure level like that. Yeah, a spaghetti factory, an old spaghetti factory, would be a very good way of describing that. So, let me just pull up the list at this point. I'll do a quick examination of who is in fact online. I'm just going to look at that on my end to see what we're dealing with. Yeah, it looks like at this point that it is probably a good idea to close up the queue. So this is going to be closure, as you were all warned. And then I'm going to just edit my stream title quickly to reflect that and make sure the bot is displaying. So what it's going to be is it's going to be sub next to grab Loop and Snoop's level, and then we will run rest. And I think Loop might be the next one online anyway. Do I know Logic Gates? Yes, I do. And yeah, I did see what the title of your latest one was, so that is not going to be an obstacle. Was this the level that you were talking about earlier when you were saying, Loop and Snoop, that your most recent puzzle makes you sad because it feels like it's for such a niche audience? No, I don't think so. I feel like Logic Gates are... I think it's fair to expect them to be fairly basic mathematical literacy, to be honest, but, you know, I mean, some people won't get it, but there are definitely far more obscure things in the world when it comes to how people will read puzzle clues. Let me make sure Warp World is properly displayed. Yeah, because I kind of figured that you didn't mean your P-Balloon stump dropping level. And let's pull up sub next. The people who don't like it try to brute force the whole level and have a terrible time. That seems to be the case with people who just don't like puzzles, actually. I think that applies to a lot of puzzle concepts. And I've actually been thinking lately, Loop, that it's probably a good idea to start putting together some kind of master list of active maker streamers who do enjoy puzzle submissions, like not just people who take them, but people who actually want to do them and don't suffer. Because, I mean, there are a good number of us, but I think sometimes for people who are puzzle creators, it is difficult for them to find playtesters who are open-minded about this stuff. And it seems like, you know, you've gathered a good number of them at your community. I've gathered a decent number of them here. But it's probably a good idea, I'm thinking, to really identify who the puzzle streamers are, because sometimes as a puzzle submitter, as I'm sure you know, it can be difficult to see if you're rolling the dice on the right kind of playtester, although of course from a playtesting perspective, you also want to see how the level looks from a position of inexperience. So here's lockpicking the logic gates, where Mario lost his keys, helping reason his ways through these logic circuits. Dr. Hazar having a 10-minute record, and 10% clear rate, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen Smash Kantos. I am on Real Beachin's stream quite a bit, and I know that he has also been trying his hand at creating one-screens lately as well. Okay, so Ore is going to be Ice Block, and is going to be Vine Block, or I guess Question Block, because you want Divines to refresh. Looks like they are wired into something here. No, and is going to be P, right? So let's just come up top here. Grab this smiley face. Thank you for the follow, Frank or Franco. And okay, looks like we have to have a series of inputs here. Where, if we bought this block, shell comes over here, shell hits the question block that is central. We want to, our goal is that we eventually want to send a shell over to the key. The way that we send a shell over to the key is by thinking about a combination of switches that will get me to that. Now, you got OR equals ice block, and being key blocks. So I need to think about, like, I guess maybe this is an introductory screen to let me know how the gates are designed, right? Because then... Or maybe the tracks here are telling me that this is an AND gate. That you want two shells to come through the center column. Yeah, because the first shell is going to give me this question block, which gives me the trampoline, except I don't want that trampoline because... Oh, okay, no, I see. It is going to be timing-based, isn't it? Where... Or rather, the timing will sort itself out. Yeah, where you punch in the gates that you want, they get trapped in a certain location, and then... Yeah, because you prepare the gates behind the on-off switch, and then you release. So you find a solution, and then you release. And that also traps you out here, so there's no further manipulation. So, given that, we know that we want an OR gate and an AND gate. Oh, okay, that's interesting. That's... Let's see if I'm reading your system here accurately, where you have two inputs to the OR gate, so we just need one of them or both, right? And we want both inputs to the AND gate, which means that this one must be active. If this is working properly, this could be on, this could be on, and both of them could be on, and all of them should work. Right? And if we want to retry that to take a look at it, we can, but it looks like you probably tested all those possibilities to make sure, of course, with the initial shell placement, the top row, that I'm probably reading this correctly. I don't know why I would want to go through the pipe rather than the key door, but let's go through the pipe. Okay, so it's just reinforcing that ice equals OR and P equals AND, so just to make sure that it's totally unambiguous. And it's also going to reset the on state. That's sort of interesting, because if I came in here without going through the pipe, then is there some kind of off-screen mechanism that would force the state here to off? Or on, rather. Like to clear the blue blocks, because it looks like you would probably have to fix up the state in order for everything to work, right? And to work before it's loaded. So, let's see, NOT is going to be hard block, XOR is going to be this. So we only need one passageway through the XOR. We want to think about the NOT gate as a negation. So for instance, we can send a signal through... This should just work as is, actually. Or no, it wouldn't, because like you would hit the on-off switch... Wait, because this is XOR. You want NOT, but then NOT shell is going to give you no shell. Right, because if you hit this directly, the NOT gate is going to spawn a signal, and it should just work as is. Yeah. Interesting that you set this up so that to function as logic gates, you would have multiple valid solutions. That you could also have, I think, toggled both of those and basically negated both of them, and it would still go through the XOR gate just fine. Okay, so now we have to put them together. We know that we're going to have the AND gate at the end. We know that we have a NOT gate over here. One thing that's kind of impressive about these is that these gates are actually very compactly designed. I remember having seen some of the early logic gates designed in Maker 1 that were shown off in the Seed videos. And they were much more space and entity intensive than I remember. Alternate solutions for most logic circuits except the last one. Okay. We'll worry about that when we get to it. Currently we have an AND gate. We want both signals through, so we want no signal through the NOT gate. So for no signal through the NOT gate, we do not want to pass anything through the OR gate, so we know that neither of these should be pressed. Nothing goes through the OR gate. It goes 0, goes 1, goes into the AND. ICE is XOR. So, given that this will be inactive, it means that this will not trigger and we must have this. Yeah. And that's going to give you the AND gate, and that's good. Yeah, they are way, way better. They're actually so compact and so visible from a player's perspective. Nice to have that little reminder, by the way, of the gate assignment before you come in here, just to be absolutely sure. We're going to have an XOR gate here, so we'll have to investigate both possibilities as we work backwards through the XOR gate. So let's investigate the possibility of passing a signal through the bottom, but not the top. Pass a signal through the bottom, but not the top. We need both pieces active. No, we just need one piece active through the OR gate, and no pieces active, like no signals through the top two. No signals through the top two means that no signal can pass through this central gate, and we'll have to do bottom only. Bottom only sends 0 to this OR gate and a top OR gate. Sends a 1 through here, sends an XOR through here. So, let's fire this. And we've got it. Got that money, hey. Welcome. Got that money, we actually just closed the queue, but if we blast through things quickly, because I think we only have maybe 2 people online after Loop and Snoop, I may be able to take something extra, but we'll see. I closed the queue because, you know, at this point I can't guarantee it. And yeah, I got that money. Check out these logic gates and how compact they are. So we're going to have a NOT gate through the end. So in order for a NOT gate through the end, we want no signal through there. We want a 0 through the XOR, which means that we either need both active or none active through the XOR. So let's just retrace the solution that we had before the timeout. Yeah, it was just this one. Final NOT gate is huge because it's timing based. Yeah, that makes sense, because you would need to have some kind of synchronization going here. Yeah, I'm watching this and also just watching the spacing. I see that the activation point for this, maybe it's the only place you could build it, but the activation point for this is quite a bit further removed than what we had seen previously. But of course there's some stuff off screen that I don't know about. Or at least I think so, because of the way the top NOT gate is placed. Oh, I see, because that's why you have the conveyor here as well, is you have the conveyor to slow down the shell that's released. And that's why it's timing based, because you need the whole mechanism to activate before the shell that goes down to conveyor is snapping down. Right. Yeah, and everything else needs to evaluate, and then... Oh, but the conveyor is going left to right, though, so I guess... Yeah, you would have something like a P-switch that freezes. the conveyor, right? And then you have everything that evaluates and then snaps back, which would be why you have this here, so the P blocks are not interfered with if you have a P-switch activation off screen somehow. I'm just guessing from what I'm seeing here. No P-switch, just check it out. Okay, we'll see. Yeah, because the conveyor definitely has me interested. Anyway, let's actually do the solution. So we want signal 0 through the NOT gate. We want signal 0 through the XOR, which means we want either 1 and 1 or 0 and 0. Which means... Well, let's see if either of them are kind of constrained. Because let's work from forward now. This is going to be an AND gate. Hitting nothing is going to send 0 to the OR. Ah, yes, because this one affects 2 different inputs, the effect of the rightmost block here is the one that we need to consider, because it is the one that's going to matter to both of those switches up top. So for example, if we hit the one on the right, it's going to send a 1 to the OR gate and a 1 to the NOT gate. That sends a 1 to the XOR, that fails. If we send, or rather, like it sends a 0 and 1 into the XOR, and that's why it fails. If we do not touch the shell, then we know that we have a 1 signal out of the NOT gate, which means we must have a 1 signal out of the OR gate. That means that and if we don't send a shell up, that means the top input of the OR gate is going to be 0, which means we need both inputs for the AND. Now let's see the mechanism. That's going to zap. Let's watch the shells here. Oh, that's kind of interesting. I feel like I'm going to have to watch the video replay, and also I should have scrolled over here to see the activation here, but yeah, no, I see what's going on with the conveyor belt pushing back towards the shell. Oh, okay. I see. And then you kind of have it steadily roll over to the left. Yeah, no, the thing that I was unsure about was the conveyor belt's effect on the timing, but I guess I wasn't thinking about what it's going to do to the shell after it gets launched by the trampoline. So, that sorts that out. No P-switch. Okay, so here's another puzzle. We have 4 inputs. We have a vine that's going to allow me to see the whole map. That's important. This map will be blocked off when we have the switch activation. Our main opponent here is going to be the timer. Looks like I'm going to be well past Dr. Hazar's record, just from doing so much stopping and staring. Final gate is going to be an OR gate, so either signal will do. Okay, interesting that you have this preview vine, but it also allows the signals to pass through once I've activated the switch, because currently you're blocking the passageways that give you the inputs. So in order to have a signal through the ON gate, I need to either have both of these active through the AND gate, both of these active through the AND gate there. Let's see at the input level whether any of these inputs are bound to multiple outputs. We know that this guy here, number 2, affects 2 outputs. One that goes into the OR gate, one that goes into the AND. We know that signal 3, switch 3 rather, is also going to affect 2 outputs. And so those are the constraints that we'll be working with. We should be working from what the double outputs do first in order to make sure that we actually get a signal sent through. We therefore know that one of these things has to be true. The AND gates, well, one of these AND gates has to be active, which means one of them has to have both inputs to 1. So it's either 1 and 1 here, or 1 and 1 here, And if you have 1 and 1 in one of them, the other one doesn't matter. Like, nobody cares about the other one. So you actually only need to solve one of the AND gates in order for this to work. So, let's say we activate the one... Oh, that's kind of interesting that you would only need to solve one of the AND gates, actually. That is... Yeah, I got that money. The thing that makes the concept work is that like the gates are built so compactly that they are totally modular and you can just plug them in as long as the timing for the switch activation still works out. So that is what makes everything really neat. Okay, so hitting that switch is going to fire off the OR gate. OR gate goes through the NOT gates. NOT gate gives you a... so we know that it's not going to be this one. Because if we hit switch number 3, going from left to right, it sends a 1 through here, to the AND gate, and it's the only way that we can send a 1 to that AND gate. But whenever we send a 1 to the AND gate, it's also going to send a 1 to the OR gate, which sends a 1 to the NOT gate and a 0 to the AND gate. So we totally ignored top half. Top half is not going to matter. What we need to do instead is send 1 and 1 through here, now that we've eliminated the top gate. That means we need to send a 0 through this gate, which means that we need to send either 1 and 1 or 0 and 0 through here. 1 and 1 and 0 and 0, and we need a top one to be a 1. So, top part is definitely 1. Then we need 1 and 1, because that sends... oh, let's just hit it. Yep. Yeah. 4 seconds left. Let's see if we can... Oh, we hit a checkpoint. Okay. That works too. The XOR and NOT gates depend on timing to evaluate, and the AND and OR gates are totally flexible. Yeah. This is really neat. I mean, obviously, in a puzzle concept where you actually want to see the gates visibly in action, you know, this is pretty much the only kind of level you can build with it, is to just plug the gates together, say read the gates and go. But if you had some way of having a gate signal or something that would still work off screen, and then you have a bit more of a wider playing space, there's a lot of potential in this in terms of what else you can do with the logic gate design in a platform level that's not just about solving the gates. But I like how focused this one is, though. I think that there was clearly a lot of effort put into focusing it, as you typically do. So we know that there's a whole series of AND gates here that require all 4 inputs to be active, and therefore for all 2 inputs up here to be active. NOT gate through here, we know that top switch therefore has to be 0, which means that's the rightmost of the 6 inputs. Input 6 is going to be 0, we ignore it. Input 5 is only going to affect this, we hit it. Input 4 is going to come over here and go into any AND gate, we hit it. 4 and 5 are on. Let's just prepare that. We know these for sure. Like 100% they have to be on. 100% this guy has to be off. So now we solve this one. We know that 1 has to be on in order to join the AND gate there. We know that the inputs through the NOT gate has to be 0, inputs through the OR gate therefore also has to be 0, so we're set. And that's a hit. And that's the final room, okay. I like the circuit board look of the GG at the end. That's a really nice little subtle semi-solid GG. And that's lockpicking the logic gates. Really great gate design. I don't know if it's something that you would have shown off previously, or if it's something that you were saving specifically for a focused logic gate level, but really enjoyed how you managed to cram all 4 in there and get them to click. So, great submission. Okay, at this point, I think we have a couple of offliners since I've been taking so long on every level today. But let me see who is left, and I will just do a bit of a roll call. It might just be Glitch who is remaining, actually, if Glitch is still here. But I'll go down the list and take a look. Yeah, Glitch will probably be finishing with you unless other people check in. I will give them a chance in case Twitch is just wrong. And this is the current list. And yeah, no problem if people had to leave. I was taking especially long on some levels today, so I don't blame them. Nintendo Dots, please check in. But yeah, Glitch, I'll let you know the situation right now is that you are likely going to be the last level today. And we'll pass on Nintendo Dots. It was not a first try, but it was perfect no-guess run. Yeah, well, not a first try in the sense that I was beaten by the timer. Twice, actually. I think twice? Yeah. But yeah, there's no reason to guess in a level like that. Like, if you're going to engage with a mechanic, everything is clear, and a substantial amount of the level can be solved through elimination, just from working backwards. Like, you know certain passages are not going to work. And a lot of it is from experience of reading the level too, that the more of the level you see, the faster you get at reading the mechanism itself and seeing where the shells are going to fire, where the inputs are connected. Harry Edson, please check in. I don't think he's here. Okay, almost certainly going to be returning to the next segment of Glitch's world, which is nice because Glitch, if you're last, means we can kind of relax our way through the world and hopefully actually get more than one level done, depending on difficulty. Yeah, it's kind of like, at a very elementary level, the same kind of limitation as something like Spot the Difference loop, where no matter what, you're going to have people who try to brute force it. And the combinations are not complex enough to take that away. But the thing is, the pleasure of the level isn't just in solving the level. The pleasure in the level is in actually seeing how the mechanic works and seeing it respond. Especially if, I would think, you try to replay it to see it respond to multiple solutions. And yeah, I think the way you put it is quite right, that if you are just guessing, you already know you aren't having a good time. So let's bring up the Glitch world, which makes me really glad that we actually did manage to stick it through and clear the Rising crate level earlier. We're quite far along at this point, I think. 12 levels, I think we're at about halfway point, maybe? I feel like we've cleared 6 of them already. But maybe more, who knows? Okay, 7 lives remaining. This will, once again, be the last thing. Probably, unless people come back. So yeah, Loop and Snoop, enjoy recording the new video. I will definitely have to take a look at your YouTube channel then, because I have not actually looked at it, even though you did tell me about it the last time. Okay. Okay, this is just racing against a thwomp in the water. We'll eventually try to clip him in the on-off switch so he just dies. Great. Fairly relaxed so far. Now we have to be a little bit more precise. Yeah, I needed to create some more space there first so I didn't get squished. That's the only thing. Okay. And of course we're going to take advantage of explosion range in order to activate the exclamation mark blocks. That's something that's going to be an important clue. First part is training for the second part, yeah. Once again, using explosion range, firing at the top arrow to get the exclamation mark block activated right away without having to bop our head against it. So yeah, first part is nice and straightforward, as it should be, to just train you on the central mechanic. And I kind of agree with what you were saying the last time you submitted this world to the stream, which is that it has definitely taken on its own sense of identity, even though it did start out as a bit of a Cuphead world. That it is much more specifically what can I do with the Cannon Box world now. Okay, we didn't have to bop our head against that one anyway, but this one we won't be able to do that. Yeah. So it is very much just about underwater control, making sure we take a few risks to go high and go low for the shots without bumping our head or our feet. It's actually a pretty impressive number of ideas, I think, that you've gotten out of the Cannon Box, which I think is an item that initially strikes people as limited. Like, you can shoot things, you can charge shots, they might ask, okay, what can you do with it? It turns out you can actually do quite a lot, just from the different kinds of interactions you can get out of the way that things that collisions and explosion ranges work in the 3D world style. Okay, that's going to drop that guy. Didn't really need to kill him, but that's okay. It's probably for the best that we did. Okay. We go up and down. Whoops. Can't ground pound underwater, of course. Feel like I'm losing too much time here and that I am probably just going to die. But yeah. Had one corner there that I was having a bit of trouble turning, but we did manage to make it. I guess that coin would have been an activation of the on-off by proximity with a thwomp that is up top and located off-screen. I think that's a fairly safe assumption. Whoops, oh, nope. Failing to turn that corner is going to be the end of me right there. On the horizontal segments, I can gain a little bit of time just from swimming well, but most of this is going to be a vertical climb. Fall very gracefully. And yeah, really have to swim over as fast as I can. Take maximum advantage of the horizontal segments. And fall, fall, fall. This is going to be a little bit too slow, I think, but... Okay. Interesting gate control there. Yeah, the fact that they are actually timed here in a way that worked surprises me almost. That, you know, there are a lot of things here where I'm telling myself, wow, I can't believe the thwomp timing is actually doing that accurately. And because there is a bit of a creeping sense of threat here where you think, okay, is this thing really going to hit with the sequence that it needs in order for me to survive? And it actually works, which is kind of neat. Okay, we're going to have the mini-boss at the end of Run and Gun. It's just going to be boom, boom, with a bit of a time limit on the side. We'll need to pretty much get every shot, and losing the cannon box is going to be dead. Yeah, because the thwomps look like they are almost totally aligned in a single vertical column, like that they're just barely offset. Oh no, this is my last attempt before I lose checkpoint, so we need to be precise here. I completely lost track of that. Let's clear space. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be death. It's okay. We're through. Just barely. On the last life of this world, and let's not die here. That would be a real shame. And we'll grab that desperate one up. And that's Barnacle Run. More of a Barnacle Swim, if you ask me, but let's not be picky about that. So yeah, we'll definitely do this. And given how quickly we went through that one, I'll persist through the game over as well. We'll likely hit game over after the first 2 lives, but then I will try to do a full play of this second level here as we enter the castle. I've actually lost count of how far we are in this world, but you would know that much better than I do. And yeah, we're going to earn that 1 extra life here. This is level 8. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought we were at 6 going into this session. Because, of course, they are switching between Run and Gun and Wallop. And so I was able to track at least what the even numbers were. Anyway. Ready, Wallop! Okay, so I needed to fire to the left side. I also needed to keep the cap. Okay, so I fire over there. I jump over here, I fire over here. Fire over here. Okay, so there's going to be some kind of alternation. But also some kind of additional mechanic, I'm sure, from the activation of the on-off that makes the fight slightly more multi-phase and complex. Whoops, that was a mistake. I was trying to gain a bit of extra height there to get around to Podoboos, but I always forget that the 3D world twirl tends to cut off your angle going down, as opposed to how it works in the new Super Mario Bros. Style. We went with a more artistic boss fight. Okay, that's an interesting way of describing it. Okay, the first Podoboo placement coming up on the right seems to be in my way every time. In a way that I think is a little bit difficult to guess, but I mean, you would have seen it come up for 1 cycle by that point, I think. But it's right in the way of the jump arc, and so that one, I guess I'm not too keen on, but let's see this properly. Maybe as I learn it, I'll just get used to playing around it. I think it's more that when you jump from one platform to the other, there's usually a pretty safe expectation that the height restriction, not the height restriction rather, but the height of the jump is going to peak in the middle between the 2 platforms, right? And so the fact that the right side Podoboo goes higher than the left side one is totally throwing me off, because I'm expecting the top of my jump arc to be dead center, and it's definitely not the case. Okay, now the timing seems better, but now I'm kind of unsure that swapping back and forth is the thing I'm even supposed to do, because I'm not seeing what that is interacting with, and it could be that I'm missing some sort of central interaction that I also need to be active about. But you can see the 2 dragons that you made. Ah, yes, the dragon head, yep. So yeah, you just fire into their mouths, and then they have trampolines for eyes, which might not be the best for their vision, but yeah, because it looks like there's something going on with the bomb on the on-off track up top, where the bomb looks like it'll eventually be squished for the key. If I understand it correctly, that you would have a series of objects being dropped down conveyors, something like a blaster, for instance, or a muncher, and that would crush the bomb, and that would give you the key to proceed. And so yeah, I'm feeding the dragons. Okay, I see. Okay, no need to jump too prematurely. I guess I'm taking a few risks because the way that the Podoboos are aligned in the middle is not quite synchronized with the beat block timing. Then it gives me a key. We just dash through to the next segment. And then that's round 2. Round 2 against this dragon face. Ah, no, that's not active yet. Okay, let me just scout this a bit before I take the death here. If I understand what's going on in this fight. Ah, yes, I need to, once again, feed the bottom one, then feed the top one, and go back and forth. Not quite enough room for me to long jump into it, no headroom for it. No spacing. And you should have had an audio cue or something. Oh, for the dragons get bigger. Okay, we'll go back down and try to hit that. I mean, I can just try to get close in. I am trying to do it with a charge shot, though. That's a little bit roomier. Yeah, it's a neat concept. I think that at least the first one seems to require a lot of switch activations. Because you are kind of repeating the same pattern without much of a change, right? So it is a lot of back and forth. Where I wonder if there could have been anything to change up the pattern slightly, but otherwise it's fine. It's a good idea. And you also have a recovery point in case you start messing up a little bit. So there's a little bit of constant tension here while you try to get the shots to get in accurately. No, the idea probably is that you feed them up close, but I like doing it this way better. I think it's actually a little bit safer. Okay. I mean, I could try it by getting in close, but yeah, this just gives me a little bit more headroom because I don't need to deal with the dragon's teeth. Ah, okay, and that's the key. So, yeah, I could have made a jump for the warp block, but I think I'd rather not. I think I would rather play it safely, slip down, and get in. Not many 3D bosses to play with, so you made your own? Yeah, it's a good idea. Oh, I see. No, you have to wall jump, hit the on switch with the shot, and then keep going up the passage. And so it looks like we're continuing to get through there. You know what would have been perfect for this? If they actually ported in more elements from 3D World. If they found some way to bring in Histocrat, which is that, you know, dragon head boss in, whoops, in 3D World proper. Not on this scale, obviously, but this fight just makes me think of how much we could have used having a Histocrat from 3D World. You should definitely play 3D World, Glitch. You should not miss that. Feels like I needed probably a high jump or firing and then going. Yeah, I need to find a firing pattern here. Yeah, even though 3D World is represented only by Boom Boom Pom Pom and Meowser here, it actually has a ton of bosses and a really good boss sequence near its ending. Ah, no, it's wall jump. Wall jump and then fire. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of really good stuff going on in 3D World with the boss design that you should really see. It does bosses, I think, definitely much better than most 3D Mario. Okay. I need to not take so long. I'm going to die to the lava. Okay, no. But I also needed to map out a strategy, and so if I map out a consistent strategy, like, you know, wall jump shoot or wall jump shoot, then that segment should be much more manageable. Okay. Yeah, I see. If that was the intention for that switch, then the issue was actually more the camera, I think. Oh, no, I wanted to fire that and then go. I just missed. You're at the highest part at the bottom, you shoot straight instead of at bottom on off. Okay, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. Nope, just didn't face the right way. But yeah, 3D World actually has a fantastic boss rush sequence as one of its final challenges. Like, it has a grand finale that consists of the mystery houses, which are the one-off kind of micro interaction rooms, like mini-game rooms. And it has the boss rush, which is actually under a very strict timer. You have to do, I think, 5 of the main bosses in the game under a very strict clock. And then there's Champions Road, which is really the highlight of 3D World and is probably the best thing that has been made for 3D Mario. Officially. So, yeah, when the port comes out, highly, highly recommend that you look into it. Okay. Yeah, no, coming in too low there. And the lava is putting quite a lot of upward pressure. And, yeah, no, not spinning around accurately after the wall jump. Surprisingly hard to do to get the right facing direction before you released a shot. Something to the wall jump logic that I don't know with a great deal of precision. Yeah, there we go. And then, no, I need to shoot it on my way up, don't I? Release on my way up. I think I know what the issue is here when it comes to my inputs. Is that I'm not thinking in terms of holding the jump button down while I shoot on the way up, which is exactly the issue that I have with a lot of shell techniques in Kaizo levels, that when I release the firing button, I also have a habit of releasing the jump. And that is going to throw off quite a few of my arcs here. I'm making it harder. Shoot across and jump the one away from you. No wall jump. Really? I don't know about that. Oh, you mean one block off. Yeah, okay. Right, because of the explosion range that we have been taught using the exclamation blocks in some of the earlier stages, so... Yeah, I see what you mean now. Although my timing is still off. But yeah, I see what you mean, that you are meant to fire and then chase it with a jump immediately afterwards. Nope, not enough momentum. Okay. Yeah, no, I just don't have the muscle memory for that sequence down yet, but we'll eventually get it. No. I don't know about that. It doesn't actually feel easier to beat in a wall jump, even though the wall jump has a few challenges of its own. Okay. Okay. Okay, that one's fairly relaxed. This one. Okay. Oh, no, that's a mistake. Okay, at least the lava is not putting too much pressure on me here. Maybe it will eventually catch up to me, and that will be an issue. Okay. May have to wait for this guy. Oh no. Okay. That's going to be a problem. Particularly because I can't actually fire into these guys anymore, which... Oh, I see. So I want to release the... I want to break the bricks so I can hit the bombs. And then I... Yeah, that's the cannon box check here, is that I need to break the bricks open, smash the bombs, and then something happens. Or obtain the bombs, and the bombs have to break something for me. Okay. Yeah, that jump feels a little bit high, but... We'll see. I just need a bit of a wind-up going into this. Having the twirl actually does kind of help here, timing-wise, though. Need to be a lot snappier. Okay. Nope. Okay, that was obviously not the right idea, I just didn't get high enough. Okay. Need to have a very snappy jump. Actually, the longer the shot, the easier this is. Because the greater margin I have for actually winding up into the next jump. So for example, that one, very relaxed. Actually, the shorter jumps by horizontal distance that give you the most trouble. Okay, now we're getting into the dragon's mouth. And then what I want to do is I want to release the bombs, although gotta let these guys get out of the way. And I want both keys, don't I? Okay, and the lava level is not going to be too much of a problem here. It's going to be nice and relaxed, which is nice because we'll pop through here. And that should be it. A knockout. Okay, so that was Ravenous Spike Top, which was not at all a Spike Top, but they were powered dragons, and that works well. So yeah, when you play 3D World, you will see the Histocrat fight. The Histocrat fights, actually, and you will know exactly what I'm talking about, because they actually have a bunch of duo fights with those as well, where two of the big dragon heads come out and breathe fire on you. So yeah, almost at the end here. But we'll save that for another day. I suppose he did have spikes, yeah. That is very true. I was just thinking of Spike Top as in the enemy. But 3 worlds, that would pretty much be the conclusion, is to get through World 3. So thank you once again for that glitch. I'm just going to do a quick online check for the other ones who were in queue behind you, but I think they both had to leave. That will probably be the conclusion of this stream. And then, as usual, we'll be looking around for somebody who is raidable. Likely somebody doing Mario Maker, although sometimes I mix things up. And yeah, thanks for sticking around. I'll try to pass everybody on to somebody interesting, hopefully with an open queue. But we'll scan around for just a minute. So, T. Nikki, I do not believe is here anymore. Remove. And E.G. Zomblin, I think, is also gone. We'll do a quick remove, and then we will look around, so... Once again, thanks for watching. Schedule will usually be the backlog stream for some of the longer levels and puzzles on a Saturday to Sunday night stream. I do not know 100% if that's going to be running this week due to a potential conflict, but for those kinds of scheduling updates and changes, you are quite welcome to join in the Discord, which I think most of the regulars here know about already. And yeah, that's where we'll handle that, where we're going to be handling some future streaming plans in the weeks ahead. The schedule is going to be a little bit strange because we are currently in the middle of a bit of a move and rebuild, and so streaming schedule is going to be a little bit disrupted, but we'll hopefully have everything back in order in time for Super Mario 3D All-Stars later in September. In the meantime, thanks for sticking around. We will pass you off to somebody new in just a moment. That will be all from me, and have a good afternoon, evening, or whatever it is in your time zone, and fare thee well.